Hey, Matt, I have 10 o'clock. Do you want to get started?
Let's just see. Anyone else on the call want to do an audio check before we get going here? Dan McKiernan?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Eleanor Bohannick?
You sound good, Eleanor. Thank you. How about Scott Lennox?
Present.
Sound good. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
And Cherie?
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Cherie.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Andy, I think from my end, we should be good to go. So I will, I guess, turn things over to you and then Adam. So thanks.
Great. Thanks, Matt, and welcome, everybody. My name's Andy Loftus. I'll be facilitating the meeting. Much of the morning is taken up by speakers, so you won't hear a lot from me, but I will be facilitating at key points. I'm going to try to keep on schedule as much as possible, but if we do end a topic early, we will move on to the next one because we don't want to waste people's time and everything. And as you can see from the agenda, there are a number of opportunities for breaks, the first one being at lunchtime at noon. So I'll go over some ground rules in just a minute, but I want to start the meeting by going to Adam Nawalski and Mike Louisi for some welcoming comments. So Adam?
Morning. Thank you very much, Andy. Thanks, everyone, for participating today. My name is Adam Nawalski. I am still presently the chair of the Research Steering Committee, pending updated committee assignments for the 2021-2022 year. Appreciate everyone joining again, all of the committee members, as well as the participants of the workshop and members of the public. We will be talking about funding today as it pertains to the potential restart of the Research Set-Aside program. We'll follow the same format that we did for the last meeting, with having a presentation from our SSC's Economic Working Group this morning and discussion about the ongoing work that they're doing, followed by some breakdown of different funding mechanisms this afternoon, some presentations, and we'll also have an opportunity to discuss funding mechanisms that weren't part of the agenda here so far, including anything that was submitted by the public in advance of this meeting. Since we are virtual, we'll offer that wearing of masks is optional. If you choose to do so, you may do so at your own discretion, but they're not required today. And with that, I'll turn to our council chair, Mike Louisi, for any remarks he'd like to add. Again, good morning, everyone, and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. My name is Mike Louisi. For those of you who don't know me, I am the current council chair, re-elected back in, well, a couple weeks ago to serve for another year. I'm looking forward to the discussion today, and I want to, Andy Loftus has been, a great facilitator over the years, working with a number of different projects with the council. I think this is a great initiative. It's something that the council has put a lot of time into and has put on their priorities for the year. And so, Adam already he covered most of what I was going to say, leading up to this meeting today. But I'm looking forward to hearing the presentations and getting feedback from the public. And I just want to welcome all of you and thank you for your time spent today. I know it's a long day, but I think the information that we're going to generate is going to be very helpful for the council as we make decisions moving forward with this project. So thanks again, and I'll turn it back to you, Adam or Andy, to move forward with the rest of the welcoming and presentations.
Great. Thanks, Mike, and thanks, Adam. I just want to go over a few ground rules to help make this meeting a little bit roll a little bit more smoothly. I think we've all been on enough virtual meetings over the last year that we kind of know what works and what doesn't, but still worth revisiting. Number one, when we have the opportunities for questions and discussion, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature of the Webex, and that is there at the bottom of your screen. There should be a little kind of a circle type of thing. If you click on that, you'll see raise hand at the top of the options that are available. When you do make questions and comments, please, again, given the short time we have and everything, please avoid long war stories and really keep to the topic that's being discussed. And as Adam mentioned, the focus of the meeting today is the funding aspects of the RSA. So please keep the comments focused on the discussion that is going on at that specific time. We encourage you to use the chat feature on the Webex. Your comments, if by using the chat feature, your comments will be recorded in the for the foreseeable future, so we can always go back and capture those. And that also is a reminder, Matt, I'm not sure you mentioned, but this meeting is being recorded. I'll just say it again if you didn't say that. And then also check the frequently asked questions that are on the RSA website on the Council's webpage. There's a lot of information on there. There's also other briefing materials and answers to some questions that commonly come up. And then this is a very important one. You can submit comments at any time that will be recorded through the main RSA workshop webpage, and that is on the screen here, www.mafmc.org/workshop/RSA. And if you scroll to the bottom of the page, you'll see a section there where you can put your comments down and submit those, and those will be, and that's anytime. That's not just during this workshop. So if you didn't get to say something, or you think of something later on, or you have a question, go ahead and submit it through there, and it will be captured and recorded. So that's a great resource for people to participate. And then we do have a lot of panel participants, and so they will be provided the first opportunity to comment and to raise questions and so forth during the discussions. We have designated a number of opportunities throughout the day for the public to have input, and during those time slots, the public will have the priority for making the comments and asking questions. The first one is right after the presentations by the SSC this morning, and I will make sure that we get those opportunities for the public to have input. So if we come up to noon and we haven't had the opportunity for public input, we're going to go into lunch just to make sure, because we want to, again, kind of keep those public comment slots sacred so that you do have that opportunity. And then as you go through the different presentations this afternoon, there'll be other opportunities, for 10, 15 minutes maybe of public comments. But then at the end of the day, there'll be at least a half an hour opportunity for public comment. So we do want to make sure that there's an opportunity there. I know it's a little bit difficult being virtual, but we will make sure that those opportunities do come up and are presented for the public to have their input. So with that, I'm going to launch into the meat of the meeting. And the first presentation is by Ryan Silva from the GARFO staff, and that's on administering and funding RSA. So Ryan, take it away. Ryan, are you there? Ryan? Hey, Matt, is Ryan on?
Sorry, Andy. Yes, I am. I'm just in the process of figuring out how to share my screen.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm
Ryan,
on the share screen button. I select the screen, and then it appears there should be an option to actually enable that. Or I don't know if you can all see it.
So Ryan, can't see it yet. I gave you the presenter mode. So at the bottom of the interface, you should see the share button next to mute. So if you click that, it should offer you a screen, and then, yeah, there you go. It's coming up.
Okay, it entails a double click. Sorry about that. I'm up and I'm happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me to, give a high-level overview of RSA funding, how it works, how it's worked in the past. It is a very brief introduction, so there'll be a lot more discussions, obviously, throughout the course of the day, and there's other materials available for folks if they're interested in learning more about, the nitty-gritty and how this process works. The funding mechanism obviously is essential in order for the programs to work well. And it can get a little bit complicated. So I think it's really important to really have a firm grasp on how the process is going to work with different fisheries in order to understand whether the potential is there for having a successful program. So I should have started off, I am Ryan Silva, I work at Garfo. I manage the RSA programs, working closely with the regional office, but the program in charge of RSA is the Science Center, so I work closely with the Science Center in administering the RSA programs. So, right from the outset, at the top, the RSA programs are implemented as federal grants. This has been the case for since the programs were program inception in the late 1990s when the Scallop RSA program came online. And really the program, it's a grant because we are granting a federal resource to non-federal entities in support of a public service. These projects are intended to support council research priorities, to support their management programs. There's been lots of discussion over the years as to whether there are other mechanisms to implement grants, primarily with a focus on contracts. And the decision has always been that these programs are most appropriate to be implemented through a grant vehicle. And this decision is made by the Department of Commerce. And again, this question comes up regularly. I've been involved with the programs for over 15 years. And it's every 2 to 3 years that the question is posed, and we receive that response. And the grants, I think, have shown to be an effective vehicle for supporting the research in order to support the council's management programs. So the funding vehicle, funding is generated through compensation fishing. Compensation fishing is a term defined under regulations implementing the Magnuson Act. And really all it is the harvest of fish with proceeds being used to support the science. The compensation fishing typically occurs independent of the science, but that's not necessarily always the case. In RSA, it is the case. I can't think of an example where compensation fishing is occurring, at least recently, at the same time as the science is being done. In order for compensation fishing to occur, there needs to be incentives for vessel owners to essentially pay for additional fishing opportunities. Those additional fishing opportunities come in the form of effort control exemptions. So things like possession limit waivers, exemption from quota closures, things along those lines. If those incentives don't exist, so obviously the vessel owners aren't going to be willing to pay for those opportunities, and if there's no willingness to pay for fishing opportunities, there's no money to support the science. So really understanding those incentives and how they work is essential in order for RSA programs to function well. These exemptions that vessels get come in the form of exemptions approved by the regional administrator. So we at our office issue exempted fishing permits for RSA compensation fishing. And when it comes to the Mid-Atlantic Council, there were states also involved in exempting state vessels from state regulation. I presented this slide at our last meeting. I did add a column here because there were some questions about the number of proposals coming in. So the Mid-Atlantic program would receive anywhere from 6 to 10 proposals each year. We were making 2 to 5 awards, and those awards cost for research money $1 to $2 million. So the program was generating $1 to $2 million per year based on the proceeds from compensation fishing. The bar chart below, the green, if you can't see, is the Mid-Atlantic program. The blue is Skull program, red monkfish, and yellow herring. You can see there's quite a bit of variability in the funding potential between the different programs. So digging a little bit more into the Mid-Atlantic program, and this information there's more detailed information in the workshop briefing materials, but I thought this pretty succinctly captures how the Mid-Atlantic program was generating funds. Almost all of the funds were generated through the landing of fluke and black sea bass. Pretty much all of the other species, there may have been some interest, but the funding potential was very low. And that goes back to what the incentives were for vessel owners to pay for fishing opportunities. And I'll say that things evolve through time with these incentives and dependent on what's going on in the fishery and sectors within the fishery. But this is a snapshot of 2014, and I think this is a pretty consistent picture of how the Mid-Atlantic program was generating funds prior to it being suspended. I'm going to move a little bit into some discussion on participation, because participation and funding are so closely linked. And participation is a big focus when we talk about RSA programs. The participation here is primarily focused on industry that's participating in generating funds. But I will say that, obviously there's lots of participants when it comes to supporting the actual research itself. Who gets to participate, who decides who participates in RSA. And for the most part, it's the grant recipients. So the grant recipients put forward proposals that outline their research objectives, outline their project partners, outline their process for generating how they're going to convert their set aside award into dollars to support their research. They're responsible for developing the partnerships to make their project a success. So that's really who is taking the lead in determining who's participating in any given project. There are some basic federal and state requirements that need to be met in order for vessels to participate, but they're relatively high level, such as the vessel needs to have a permit for the species that they're targeting. At least on the federal side, I can't speak to the state side. We vet vessels through a violation history check to make sure there's, that the vessels that are participating have a good track record with complying with regulation. RSA participation, wouldn't be complete without a discussion on the Mid-Atlantic RSA NFI auction. So I have a couple of bullets here, but I know there's going to be more discussion on this throughout the day. So I'm certainly not going to focus on it. I do want to highlight that the auction was not a federal program. NOAA was not involved in conceptualizing, developing, or implementing the auction. This was a system that was developed in order to help grant recipients convert their set-aside award into dollars. It was a service that some of the RSA recipients employed as part of their project plan. Not all of the grant recipients used the auction. Some of them had their own arrangements with industry in order to harvest their set-aside award. The bottom table gives, again, this is a 2014 snapshot, but it's emblematic of how the program was operating at least several years prior to it being suspended. In terms of who was participating in compensation fishing, there was over 100 vessels that received compensation fishing permits. Most of those vessels had federal permits. There were some, 15 here, that only had state permits. And of the federally permitted vessels, again, most of them had commercial permits only commercial permits. There were a few that only had recreational permits, and then there's quite a few that had both recreational and commercial permits. I think this demonstrates kind of the diversity of participants in compensation fishing when it was occurring in the Mid-Atlantic program. And, you know, there's well over 2,000 declared RSA trips that occurred in 2014 for the Mid-Atlantic program. So a lot of vessels and a lot of activity. This slide just shows where the fish were coming in. And so green is Rhode Island, yellow is New York. And you can see that pretty much all of the fish, all of the RSA fish were coming into the ports in those states. There were some vessels active in Virginia, Massachusetts, and New Jersey as well. And, you know, it's interesting looking at when I put this together and saw you know, how these pie charts shook out, it's pretty consistent with, you know, the level of correspondence we were having with the states at the time around issues and concerns around RSA compensation fishing. So just a couple more slides here, but you know, I think it's really important, as I said at the outset, that, you know, the RSA programs are not viable in all fisheries. It's really just a matter of, you know, the nature of the effort controls in those fisheries and how they work, and whether there is any incentive for vessel owners to pay for additional fishing opportunities. I think that's pretty clear in the previous slide of the Mid-Atlantic species, where you had most of the focus, where most of the landings are fluke and black sea bass. But I'll also note that, you know, within the New England programs, the scallop, monkfish, and herring, I think it's pretty clear there as well. The scallop program is robust. It's very successful and stable. Conversely, the herring program, you know, frankly, struggled mightily. I don't think there was a single year when the grant recipients successfully harvested all of their set-aside award and were able to generate the funds they needed for their project. There were a couple of projects that essentially had to be canceled outright because they were not getting any traction to generate the funds they needed to do their work. Similarly with the monkfish, whereas that program has had more success, currently it's not doing very well. We're in the process of deciding whether to forego additional solicitations for monkfish because of the lack of interest there from industry in purchasing RSA days at sea. So we're trying to figure out, you know, what we can do to make that program more stable and viable. So it's just to say that, you know, the RSA is not for every fishery, unfortunately, or at least in generating funds to support science. You know, and a big part of this discussion is funding uncertainty. So, you know, we are awarding a commodity of uncertain value. So we give pounds of fish that have an unknown value. We estimate what that value is. And in some cases, I think we can do it relatively accurately. In some cases, not at all. So having some consistent idea of what the value is of that word is critical. And, you know, because of that uncertainty over the years, there's been a frequent discussion about, well, let's get rid of that uncertainty. And instead of awarding a commodity of uncertain value, let's award money instead. And yes, that certainly would reduce that uncertainty. But unfortunately, we've been told consistently as well that we don't have a mechanism to sell fish and turn those fish into dollars and then grant dollars instead of fish. So that's the guidance that we've been provided from the Department of Commerce. So in summary, just a kind of high level bullets that I want to depart with. You know, one, these are federal grant programs. There's a lot that underpins federal grant programs in terms of rules, regulation, process, and policy. But I think we've gotten to a place where we are good at navigating that structure in making RSA programs successful, assuming the funding is there. There's clearly, and not to beat a dead horse, but funding potential, but there's also a lot of limitations that we should be aware of when discussing RSA programs. I think it's important that we remain focused on the primary objective of why the councils establish RSA programs. And that objective is to to support science that helps with their management. And there's other objectives. I know Jorge, in part of his discussion, will be talking about secondary objectives, and those are important. But I think overall, we need to, if the council is interested in reestablishing their RSA program, I think that's what needs to be held highest. And lastly, simplicity. It's kind of a funny term to use with RSA because I think RSAs can often get pretty complicated. There's lots of institutions involved. There's lots of programs, businesses that are needed to have the programs run well. And there's lots of coordination between all of those groups. And, the more complicated the programs are, the greater chance where things can get off track and create complications. So with that, I'll conclude my brief presentation. I appreciate your time and looking forward to the conversation today, and just recognizing also some of the image credits for my presentation to Cornell Cooperative and VIMS. Back to you, Andy.
Great. Thank you very much, Ryan. It's a very informative presentation to help set the stage for the rest of the day. And so we're going to turn now to the SSC's Economic Working Group, which has been looking at a number of issues related to RSA programs. We had extensive discussion at the last workshop number 1, generated by their presentations, and they've now assembled another set of discussion presentations that will set the stage for the later discussions this afternoon. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Jorge Holzer and Dr. Mark Holliday for the remainder of this morning's presentations. So, Jorge, take it away.
Thank you, Andy. Can you hear me?
Yes, fine.
Great. Morning, everybody. I'm Jorge Holzer. I'm a member of the SSC Economic Work Group, and on behalf of the group, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today to discuss the RSA program. So a few minutes just to sort of tell you what's our plan for this session. We'll start with a presentation by Mark Holliday on the importance of clearly defining the objectives for the RSA program from the very beginning, as these objectives will guide how the program should be implemented and designed. Then we'll have time for Q&A and discussion, and after that, I will go over my presentation in which I will show you simulation results for different scenarios in which we will compare the revenue raised by a program that uses auctions to allocate the quota versus a program that uses bilateral agreements between researchers and industry, like the Scallop program does. And after that, again, we'll have opportunities for questions and discussion. So that's in a nutshell our plan for the next hour and a half, and unless there are questions or comments at this point, I want to ask Mark to take it from here. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Jorge. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to thank Adam Nawalski and Mike Luisi for, again, inviting the SSC to collaborate on this important project. It's a very worthwhile effort, and it's actually a very interesting subject. I'm pleased to be back at the workshop after the first workshop. My presentation, I didn't get too many negative comments, so I came back for another run at it. And Matt's going to flip slides for me this morning. So if we can get started, I'd like to see the next slide, please. So the general goals for today's workshop are the top three items. We're going to look at today how the program will be administered in the future if the council decides to go forward with an RSA, discuss funding mechanisms, and make sure that the projects get tied to management and assessment needs. Now, those who were on the first workshop call, most of you were there, know that the SSC Economic Working Group's task was to assist the Research Steering Committee in evaluating the past RSA program with an eye towards the future, looking at pros and cons and working our way forward into the best ideas for putting in front of the council as they consider whether or not to reinvigorate an RSA program in the future. Now, the original RSA auction approach was, and we kind of look at it in quotes, a complex, a little bit too fast, Matt, but our task was to evaluate and alternatives that may be more efficient from an economic standpoint and from an administrative standpoint, and actually look at ways that may be making more money available for research. Next, please. So what do we want to accomplish in the first part of the presentation that I'm going to be giving you? I think it's important to highlight and take away that the objectives set for an RSA program will determine which is the best funding approach for the council. So there's just an intimate relationship between program objectives and funding approaches. And so that's one of the key messages that I hope we'll take away. I want to spend some time talking to you and getting information from you about possible program objectives that stakeholders consider important, because there is such an intimate relationship between funding mechanisms and program objectives. And then I'll spend, after that brainstorming session, a little bit of time looking at identifying the two main funding mechanisms approaching for the design of the RSA program. So I'm going to start with the main objective of the RSA program, and Ryan, focused on this in his brief introduction, which is really to maximize revenues to fund research projects. I mean, we're trying to convert quota into dollars to align the priorities of the council for conducting research that will be incorporated into either stock assessments or the council's management program. And under this program, grant recipients are awarded quota, but that has to be monetized. And so the key objective, of course, is to get the maximum amount of money for the quota that's available. However, having said that, there's that main objective for the RSA program. There are additional and sometimes secondary and potentially competing objectives for an RSA program that may be important to the council and to stakeholders. So in addition to maximizing the revenues from the RSA quota, that main objectives, there may be additional or secondary objectives to ensure fairness in access to the RSA quota. There may be an objective to foster collaboration between scientific and the fishing communities. There may be a secondary objective to ensure compliance with the reporting and the use of the RSA quota. So these may be, again, additional objectives that the council may have, or they may be important to the constituents that will be, in some cases, even competing with the idea of maximizing revenue. So at this point, before I go forward, I wanted to issue this little bit of a disclaimer, because we don't have an RSA program to evaluate. The council hasn't even decided to go forward with an RSA program in the future. And in putting together the presentation, it reminded me of this saying that you may have heard, that if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there, right? It's from Lewis Carroll and Alice in Wonderland. So since there are no specific council goals or objectives yet for a new RSA program, the SSC can't give you a cut and dried black or white answer to what's the best approach to take. What we can do is inform you about what some of the options are, or what some of the evaluative factors that you should be considering, and then reserve judgment. At some point in time, if the council has a full-blown proposal, we'll come back and offer an evaluation of that should the council decide that it's an appropriate responsibility for us. So let's dive in. Let's look at that first objective, maximizing revenues from RSA quota. I mean, why is this the main objective? Well, right under National Standard 1, the council's goal is to provide the greatest overall benefit to the nation. And so maximizing revenues ties directly into providing benefits to the nation. It should be a starting point. So maximizing revenues in the conversion of quota pounds into dollars, that will allow us to get the greatest amount of research possible. If you have a mechanism that converts quota pounds into dollars in a very inefficient way, then the amount of research being conducted is going to be less than ideal. And that's just common sense. So in choosing a mechanism for converting pounds to dollars, you want to find a system that encourages fishermen to pay the fair market value. Matt, we're going a little bit too fast for my words, please. Thanks.
Apologies there, Mark. To be honest with you, I have not flipped one slide. They're flipping on their own, so I don't know why that's happening. But I will. I'm trying to manage it. Sorry about that.
No worries. I mean, it's good to keep me on track, but it's just a little bit too fast for my words. Utilizing mechanisms that encourage fishermen to pay their fair market value for the quota poundage will help make sure that we're getting the best value for that dollar investment. And so how would we even know what that best dollar investment is? I mean, how do we know we're getting a good return for the 3% of the quota that's being set aside? What we're suggesting, and part of the evaluation that we're recommending, is that the council should be also looking at adopting data collection programs that will allow the council staff and the council to have available willingness to pay for RSA quota. So having, and this was really made clear in Ryan's awarding, a commodity of uncertain value. If you don't have data and you don't have a capability to evaluate the return on investment, it's going to be pretty difficult to ensure that you're getting the most value that you can from the program over time. So the main objective, maximizing revenues from RSA quota. How is this then, affected by secondary or competing objectives? Next slide, please.
Mark, I believe that we have a slide timer on here, so I'm going to just try to disable that for a sec so I don't have to continue to stop you there. Apologies.
No worries.
Mary, if you're on the call here, I don't know specifically where the timer is.
In the slideshow timer, yeah.
Hang on one second, Matt. I'm trying to
use timings. I think that's probably it.
Yes.
Timings. Yeah.
There you go.
Do that.
Yep.
All right.
Get off. There you go.
All right. Sorry about that, Mark.
No worries.
All right. Go ahead.
So the second objective, and again, ensuring fairness and access to RSA quota. This is, in reviewing the Mid-Atlantic RSA quota, there was a lot of consternation and discussion at some point that the RSA may have impacted different segments or sectors of the fishery differentially. And so this may have resulted in either perceived or real unfairness, as some sectors may not have been economically able to compete to receive RSA quota. So designing a program, specifically, the council may want to set up specific constraints on ensuring fairness. Conversely, the council may want to intentionally favor or subsidize some fishermen gear states via RSA quota as a policy choice. And so, there may be unintentional consequences, or there may be intentional consequences as a result of the policy choice. These are things the council is going to have to evaluate with the stakeholders to decide how do they want this RSA quota to be used. However, when they do so, they're going to have to look at a number of different constraints and requirements, not the least of which is how does this work within a grant program, but the overall national standards. And National Standards 4 and 5 are most relevant here because allocations have to be fair, they have to deal with equitability, and any allocations can be used for economic purposes, but that can't be their sole purpose, but they have to take into considerations things like efficiency. Now, there's been a lot of talk about, what constitutes fairness, what constitutes, what do we mean by equitable? There's been a lot of legal interpretations over time. Does equitable mean that everybody has to be treated equally? I'm not an attorney, but there's a lot of competent legal advice that can be sought on this as the council moves forward. And it's important to have this discussion in an open and transparent way so that when a program is designed and you develop, whether it's an auction program or some of the other models that we'll be talking about in a few minutes, that we have a solid legal basis in which to make these choices, because they will affect the means by which we are able to convert quota pounds into dollars. What I wanted to point out here is that when you make these choices about allocations of converting pounds to dollars, anything other than an open competition allocation will likely reduce total revenues. So any of these other kinds of competing objectives will oftentimes compromise the total revenue that's available. And Jorge will be pointing out a number of these things in his analytical discussion, a part of this morning's presentation. Next, please. So the third competing objective that that a council or stakeholder might be interested in looking at is fostering collaboration between scientific and fishing communities. And of course, you know, collaborative research, research set-asides. I mean, this is actually the reason the original RSA goal in the Mid-Atlantic was proposed in the first place. If you go back and look at the historical record and you look at the original regulatory documents, the original RSA was to get fishermen conducting research. It was not any economic goal. There was great consternation about and uncertainty on the industry side about the quality of research that was being used in management decisions, and there was a lot of interest and concern about putting in a program that would get research conducted by fishermen and get the confidence built that the assessments and that the management was based on data that they could believe in. So collaboration was a large part of the Mid-Atlantic Council's RSA program from the outset. And if that's the case, you know, the success for an RSA program may be different. It may not be maximizing the number of dollars. It might be measured by how many vessels are involved, how many industry organizations or industry fishing members are involved. Or it may be measured by the number of outside science organizations involved. Rather than NOAA, how many states are involved, how many universities, how many scientific consortiums are involved. These might be measures of success for an RSA program if this is one of the collaborative measurements of success that versus the dollars invested by science for science. The other interesting issue here is that, you know, when we talk about research collaboration, there's a wide range of what the definition could include. So there are varying degrees of collaboration, starting with at one extreme, the NOAA's white boats, you know, the Bigelow and the cooperation of fishermen on board those vessels, to what's called, you know, the decoupled RSA commercial vessels, where they're not conducting the actual research, but again, they're still involved in collecting information that has value to the assessment and the management process. So there's a wide spectrum of investment in collaborating between science and research with fishing communities. The bottom line message for here is that in our evaluation of what the effect is of this particular objective, that the greater number of RSA participants generally will lead to greater administrative and enforcement costs, right? So the more people that are involved, the higher the cost would be of tracking quota, tracking enforcement, keeping track of all of the participants, thereby reducing the net benefits if you're going to do an evaluation of the total net benefits from an RSA program. So again, these are all trade-offs. They're not good or bad, they're just trade-offs that one needs to be aware of as you make these additional choices. Next, please. The final potential competing or secondary objective that might be of interest, and one that has certainly a direct consequence for the success of RSA, and again, based on our evaluation of the past RSA program, was concerned about compliance with the reporting and the use of RSA quota. If you can't ensure that the RSA quota is tracked properly and people are held accountable for making sure that that quota is tracked and held accountable, then the success of the program itself is put in jeopardy. So in designing a program, and this is something that obviously we'll be looking at in the third workshop in much more detail, but designing programs for the allocation of converting pounds into dollars, you want to minimize inefficiencies in the transaction costs in the quota sales, the cost of tracking quota possession and use over time, transfers of quota, and the overall execution and administration of the RSA program. Because each time you get more complex, they eat into the RSA revenue. And Ryan did a nice job again this morning in talking about trying to keep things as simple as possible, because that willingness to pay for quota, there's some value in it, but as things eat into that value on the revenue side, because all of these things become more complex, they become more costly. Now, there have been a lot of changes since 2014, particularly in the advances in electronic reporting systems, since the original RSA program has ended, and the potential adoption and use of technology that could improve on duplicative and potentially ineffective reporting systems. That's promising. And so, in designing a program, I think from the outset for the future, one needs to look at compliance and reporting costs, and maybe account for them in different ways, and maybe in terms of how you pay for them. And that's a topic for discussion that is part of workshop 3. But again, how you account for that and the consequences of how you pay for them through an auction program or some other alternative is something that you need to account for. So let's go to the next slide and look at what are we going to do about identifying objectives and understanding how they affect the funding mechanisms. Because it's, to me, in looking at the two principal funding mechanisms that we're going to be looking at in a few minutes, the bilateral agreements and auctions, that what the objectives are for the program will have a really profound effect on the design of those two programs. So I thought it would be useful, after this little warm up here, I've been talking, for 10 or 15 minutes here, to turn to the audience, because this is a workshop and it's not a lecture. And I'd like to pose this trigger question to you, right? We've talked about important objectives that may be hypothetical in the past, or may have been thought about in the past by council. And on the presentation that you've seen so far, are there additional objectives besides revenue generation that you think are important to consider in a new RSA program funding mechanism? And so I'd like to turn it over back and have Andy's help in facilitating, say, between now and 11 o'clock, some brainstorming. And I don't want to go into great detail. I just like you to say, I think it's important for us to, and then fill in the blank. And it could be just, 1 or 2 sentences about, I think it's important for us for the RSA program to consider all species, just the most valued species, to exclude forage species, to include all sectors, to subsidize certain species, to set aside quota for enforcement and data collection, or to be self-sufficient. And I don't want to, brainstorm myself, but I want to hear from you guys additional objectives besides revenue generation, because I think that's the given. We have to generate money. We got to turn quota pounds into dollars. And we have, bilateral agreements and auctions as 2 mechanisms, but depending on the other objectives, they'll have profound effects on how we tweak those 2 funding mechanisms. And I'd like to spend some time and turn it to Andy for the next 10 minutes. Andy, are you up for that?
Yes, I am. So I think, Mark brings up some good points there regarding setting up what the objective is of the program. And as he described, the main objective is to maximize revenues to fund the research projects from an economic standpoint anyway. Does anybody have any of the panelists have any thoughts about that as continuing to be the primary objective, or any of the secondary objectives that Mark brought up? And I don't know, would it help, Mark, if we flip back to that secondary objective slide?
That's a starting point. I mean, those were sort of, conceptual, but you can start from there, but I wouldn't want to limit ourselves to that. I'm certainly welcome feedback on that. If you agree or disagree, they should be important in the future, but there's certainly room for other ones as well. So brainstorming is just that, brainstorming.
and yes. Any thoughts from any of the panelists? What do you think about these objectives? Do you agree with them? Do you think there should be some other objectives? Should they be tweaked? Raise your hand if you got some some thoughts you want to share, or even questions you want to ask about any of these from Mark? Emerson. You're muted, Emerson. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I actually like the original goal of the Mid-Atlantic RSA program was to increase and improve collaboration between scientific and fishing communities, relative to, I would also add, that the research should be relative to, management and assessment. But I really liked the original goal. Also, I think to be realistic, not everybody is going to be able to participate in RSA collaborative science or in compensation harvest. So I don't know, we may need to get at that equitable versus equal, and how we go forward with that. I'm not sure, but we need to understand that not everybody is going to be able to participate in compensation harvest. Also, I've found through my projects, my RSA projects, Mid-Atlantic RSA and Monkfish RSA, that, fostering this collaboration between the scientific community and the fishing community also provides opportunities, to turn that RSA quota into dollars. We've conducted compensation harvests while we've been doing scientific research. And there's some other ways that we've been able to turn quota into dollars, but I'll save that thought process maybe after the next speaker. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Emerson. I have Dewey next, and then I think Lee Anderson. So Dewey, go ahead. Oh, where'd you go, Dewey?
I took my hand down, but I also put something in the chat that may be relative on later discussion. I was just curious about. All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, Lee, go ahead.
Well, since we know why the last one failed, I think a very strong objective of this meeting is to make sure that we, excuse me, have a procedure that can be trusted with enforcement. It's got to be enforceable and as simple as possible. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Lee. Matt Gates.
Yeah, hi, thanks. I think it's important to have a transparent process on the revenue generating side, and whether that's in compensation fishing or an auction. I think if there's a really transparent process where the industry and the researchers can see how the revenue is generated from the RSA quota, so they can understand, if they were or were not able to participate in compensation fishing, why that was and how the most money was generated from the process. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Lee, can you put your hand down? I think you still have it up from last time. Olaf.
Yeah, I think one criteria that hasn't been mentioned yet is having it be accessible to PIs who don't necessarily have the fishing industry connections to turn the fish into quota. I know I talked about this program when I was in RSA, when I was leading an RSA project with several other academic fisheries scientists, and they just shook their head and said it sounds too complicated. So, I think you'd get broader participation among academic scientists if it was clear how to turn the fish into money.
Okay, thank you, Olaf. Any other comments or questions regarding priorities, goals of the program? I think, as Mark said, this is a very important step, and of course, we got another opportunity to discuss everything at the in-person workshop in November, but if we can set the groundwork here, that'd be great. Ryan.
Thank you. I guess just a question on this exercise. Mark, when you say that the primary objective is to maximize money to support science. Is that just from a funding perspective, or is that an overarching RSA program objective?
Well, I don't think it's, I think it's an overall investment priority. So from, if a council has a certain amount of quota and we're setting aside 3% of that to fund an RSA, I think the council would like to know that the 3% is funding as much research as possible. So you don't want to get 50 cents back on your dollar of investment. So I think that's the logic behind saying getting the most value for the money that's being invested. So you want to be smart about the investment.
Okay, thank you for that. I think, I guess, just in terms of my involvement with the programs, and at least with the programs that are on the books and what they've been focused on, it's, certainly you need the funding in order to do the science. But the primary goal from my perspective and understanding is to support good science that's relevant to the species that the councils are managing, and support their management programs. So I guess maybe those go hand in hand, but I guess that's something for me to offer.
Right. I don't disagree with anything that you just said, Ryan. I think that's entirely compatible. My point is, I think the council would prefer more science and more collaboration than less. And so then when they want to design a way to get at that science, they'd like to have the most effective means of getting the more value for the dollar that they're spending. That's all I'm suggesting when we talk about efficiency and converting pounds to dollars. That's all. It's not that it's more important than the collaboration. It's that getting value for the investment that we're making.
Okay. Thanks, Ryan, for that question, and Mark for the clarification or follow-up. A couple more minutes on this discussion item. Any other thoughts? I saw your hand go up and down, so if you've got something, put your hand up again.
Yeah, I keep, as folks are having discussions, I keep raising my hand and taking it down because I think I better listen a little bit more to get a better understanding. So that's why I put it up and down. Sorry about that.
No problem. No problem. Any other thoughts from people about what the goals or primary, secondary goals of the program should be? Let's see. We have Eric Powell.
Yes. As someone who runs the research program, one of my big problems is getting in final reports. And if we're going to have an effective program, there has to be a clear mechanism to penalize PIs that don't fulfill their commitments.
Okay. Thank you. Lee Anderson.
Yes, thank you. Sorry to come back in late, but when I first heard Mark's comments on maximize the dollar, that makes sense, and it still does in the sense that you want the dollar. But the other thing is, what do you want to do the research on? So in one sense, although I hate to mix it up, was we want to maximize the value of the research we're getting, which will involve two things: maximizing the money and then allocating the money properly across the projects that we think will give the greatest return to the council and the research. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Any other final questions or comments before we turn it back to Mark and the SSC working group? Okay.
I just wanted to ask if there was any thought about all sectors participating in the same allocation process, or do we have separate mechanisms for different sectors? I know that was an issue that was talked about in a lot of the RSA program in the past. Any thoughts on that? Because it has an impact on design of the funding mechanism. Goes to fairness, goes to the allocation design. Or not, that's fine.
Ryan, I think your hand was up first.
Thanks, Mark. And I guess just to respond to that, and I think, sometimes I think I need to step back and see the forest for the trees, because I'm so I'm involved in the day to day. But when it comes to vessel participation, and who decides, at least the way the program stands now is it's pretty much up to the grant recipients, and certainly there can be components of the program objectives to be inclusive and try to enable broader access to fishing opportunities. But when it comes down to making those decisions and developing those relationships, at least the way it has been, is it's up to the grant recipients. I think they appreciate. I can't think of an example where PIs weren't receptive to broadening their networks, but at the same time, they often have developed really strong relationships with industry for doing the science and compensation fishing. And we've found, at least from the NOAA side, is those us trying to get in the middle of those relationships can undermine the programs in some ways. So it's just something I think that's important to keep in mind. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Ryan. Go over to Dan McKiernan. Dan.
Yeah, I appreciate Ryan's comments about grant recipients deciding who participates in compensation fishing. My former boss, Paul Diodati, had real heartburn over the way the state of Massachusetts was expected to issue letters of authorization or permission to fish out of the beyond the normal regulations, especially for the recreational sector or the for-hire sector. I've heard on numerous occasions the unwillingness to discuss war stories, but there's a reason that this thing fell apart. And for me, the recreational sector or the for-hire sector's involvement constituted like a get-out-of-jail-free card that was almost impossible to monitor effectively. I think if you look at the successful RSA programs, it's for commercially dominated or exclusively commercial species with discrete trips. But this notion that someone could use RSA little bits at a time through the season, I think is just a disaster. So for me, the enforceability or accountability and compliance is paramount to success for this if it goes forward.
Great. Thanks, Dan. And Eleanor, we're going to give you the last question or comment before we turn it back over to the Economic Working Group.
Thank you. You have the compliance, but I think that the for-hire sector, you can actually, it'd be easier for them to be able to report. And even in New Jersey, they had to report when they're going to go out on a trip, what time they come back. They weren't allowed to unload any of the fish until they were weighed on a certified scale. They couldn't be filleted at sea or anything. So I think there's ways to do this. We just really need to think about how we can get this entire process to work properly. But there's some mechanisms that worked well in certain states. So we should think about that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks
you,
Eleanor.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was the last word, so I'm sorry for jumping in. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Mark.
Well, I just wanted to thank you for facilitating that because, one, I like getting people, off their seat and giving them a chance to jump in and, participate in the workshop early on. And I think this was some really helpful information and hopefully spur some more discussion this afternoon and also with Jorge's presentation. But I'd like to jump back in because I want to use some time here before and leave some time for Jorge, obviously. I want to just focus briefly on the two main alternatives and Ryan, Matt, excuse me. The two main alternative approaches, funding approaches for implementing the RSA program: the bilateral agreements between PIs and industry members, and competitive markets. In other words, different auction formats. Next, please. So bilateral agreements are bilateral between two people or two entities. The grant recipient and the industry partner share the proceeds from harvesting the RSA quota. And the typical example people talk about is the SCALA program in New England. Vessel harvesting the RSA quota involved typically in the research and the data collection associated with that. Typically, the researchers work with a small group of vessel owners that they know due to the geographic proximity or other reasons. So there is a coupling between the two entities. Higher revenues are possible for PIs who establish and leverage strong partnerships with industry. They can keep their costs low, or they may have ways to maximize the revenue for the quota that they have. There's a challenge from in the absence of additional information on the markets, on harvesters' willingness to pay, determining the initial price for the RSA quota in the negotiation and split of the proceeds. And so there's some issues in bilateral agreements, as there are with any program, in terms of having the appropriate information on prices and willingness to pay. Next slide, please. So the market for what we call competitive markets or auctions or marketplaces, they're simple mechanisms for selling or buying items by offering them up for bid and selling to the highest bidder in the simplest terms. It fosters competition among bidders to increase the grant recipient's revenue. This term thick markets, meaning many people, as opposed to thin markets where there's just a few people. Thick markets are better. But the big advantage is that it allows for price discovery when the value of an item is unknown. So people are bidding. There's a range of information about what the value is, what is being valued as the quota, as people place their bids. Now there's not no one auction. I mean, there's many different varieties of auction types, and different settings call for different designs. And an auction's ultimate performance and success is determined, and someone mentioned this earlier, by transparency and the participants' trust of the process. And so, key feature of designing and implementing an auction. Next slide, please. So I wanted to take 2 or 3 slides just quickly, and the paper, and I hope people realize that there's a background paper on the website that goes into more detail of both my presentation and Jorge's presentation to come. That goes into this, but just to highlight some of the key points that are made in the paper. So how do auctions and competitive markets address these secondary additional objectives? Next slide, please. So for maximizing revenues, if you're looking at trying to get the most money for from the RSA quota, that a properly designed and implemented market will maximize the revenue through competition. So, generally the bilateral agreement and the SCALA program, setting the economic analysis of computing the values of days at sea and the quota, computing that based on average prices over time. I mean, the economic analysis is robust and fine, but it's not using a market evaluation to reveal the range of prices over time to maximize the revenue. So in this case, the auction would be able to maximize revenues versus the bilateral agreement. Next, please. Ensuring fairness and access to RSA quota. If you go back to what do we mean by fairness, it depends on the definition. If we understand as equal access to quota, competitive markets will not achieve this objective because not everybody has that same economic potential to bid in a marketplace. If understood as access is based on willingness to pay, then it will achieve fairness because those who have the greater willingness to pay will be the most successful in ensuring access to the quota. Next, please. What about fostering collaboration between science and fishing communities? Well, the market auction for quota may not always achieve this objective, as oftentimes there's a decoupling the research conduct from the harvest of the RSA quota. So there's not that same linkage as there is in the bilateral agreement. Next slide, please. And this last notion of ensuring compliance with the reporting and use of the RSA quota. In my earlier description, when we talked about allocating the quota to many vessels and then allowing leasing that quota, it just makes enforcement challenging and potentially more expensive. And so it's something to be considered when you're looking at the more people involved in a program, the more complex it becomes and potentially more expensive. So next slide, please. If we try to sum up, the preferred mechanism for the competing objectives can vary based on the specifics. And so this shouldn't be taken as an absolute, just sort of as a means of when one goes forward to compare a design element. You might look at a matrix like this and, just common sense, tally up what some of the advantages and disadvantages are. So it would vary based on the specifics of the objectives, but for revenue maximization, markets clearly would more often than not be the one to be using for revenue maximization, and some of these other competing objectives might be more amenable to the bilateral agreements. Next slide, please. Next slide. I think we're on my schedule to try to toss this back over to Jorge and have him begin his presentation, but I wanted to give a final opportunity for any questions on these last few slides. I know I ran through them quickly, but I wanted to make sure that people understood that the bottom line here is that objectives drive the destination where you're trying to go, right? I mean, those goals and objectives are the destination. The strategy is the road leading to your destination, and the council has to figure out what their goals are, and that will help inform which are the two principal funding mechanisms, either the strategy of a bilateral agreement approach or a funding of an auction. And I think Jorge has some very interesting analytical work that he's going to present in the next part of the presentation. So thanks for your attention this morning, and if there are any questions specifically that I can clarify at this point as opposed to comments, I take those questions now, and if there's comments, we can reserve them for a discussion at the end of Jorge's talk. So questions of clarification at this point? Otherwise, I'm going to toss it to Jorge.
I don't see anybody raising their hands, Mark.
Okay, thanks everybody. Dr. Holzer.
Thank you, Mark. So Matt, can you let me share my screen? That would be great.
Yeah, Jorge, you have the presenter mode. You should be able to share now.
Okay. Are you seeing the presentation, Matt?
Not yet. I know Ryan had to give it a double click there, so maybe that's what's going on.
You know what? Let me see. It was working before.
It's coming up now.
Is it?
It's still loading.
Huh. Let me try again. It's taking a long time here. What about now? Do you see it?
No, it's still loading for some reason. Can just give it a second.
Mm-hmm. It's telling me you're sharing one application, so I'm not sure why you're not seeing it.
Here, let me try one more thing here. All right, give it one more try, Jorge, please.
Yep. No?
No, it doesn't seem to be working here, Jorge. If you want, I can share my screen and flip through for you.
Okay, let's do that then. For some reason it's not. That's odd. I was working before, right before the.
Yeah, it was.
Let me.
All right, well, just, yeah, let me know when you want me to flip through the slides and I'll proceed accordingly.
Okay, let's do that then. Okay, well, again, as I mentioned earlier, in this second presentation, we will discuss simulation results for different scenarios, and concretely we'll show you for each scenario a comparison on the revenue generated by a program that uses auctions to allocate the quota versus a program that uses bilateral agreements between the PIs and the industry, similar to the Scallop program. So let's first talk about what we want to accomplish with this second presentation. So first, we want to highlight that even if the primary objective of the RSA program is to maximize revenue, auction format that you decide to use for the program and how you implement that particular auction will matter. And we'll illustrate this point using scenario analysis with different assumptions on auction design and implementation. So hopefully this will become intuitive and concrete in a few minutes. We also want to discuss an issue that's typically overlooked, the fact that you can get ancillary benefits for management when using competitive markets or auctions. So beyond the revenue advantage of the auctions, we'll see that the auctions also generate information that might be critical for management. So this is something that we don't want to overlook. And finally, as a fourth objective for this particular presentation, we want to get feedback from all of you on other feasible simulation scenarios that might be of interest. So to the extent that we have the data and the time, we'll certainly explore those other options. Next, please. So let's jump right to it. Next, please. So before we start with the scenarios themselves, a few comments and caveats are in order. There's currently very little granular data available from the RSA program, the former RSA program. And by that, I mean data on individual bids or winning bids per individual auction. So that has prevented us from estimating what we call a willingness to pay distribution from the data as originally planned. Therefore, in the simulation exercises that you will see throughout this presentation, we have assumed willingness to pay distribution. We have not estimated that distribution from the data. This is an important point to keep in mind because the willingness to pay distribution is a key component of the exercise. We do use summary data that was provided by NFI to calibrate the model, and that will allow us to simulate the different scenarios. And the data that was provided by NFI includes average winning bid per species and year, and number of bidders per species and year. So we will use this summary data together with our assumptions to run the simulations. Next, please. So let me give you a preview of the results. So, and the main takeaway from the scenario analysis will be that the revenue advantage of the markets or auctions, and I'm using both terms interchangeably here, depend crucially on how these markets are designed and implemented. And this is going to be a sort of a point I'm going to stress throughout the presentation. So design and implementation is crucial to get the benefits of that markets might offer. Poor implementation will mean that those benefits will vanish quickly. Next, please. So in the baseline case, and I'll describe that baseline case in a minute, as we will see, the revenue advantage of the auctions compared to the bilateral agreements will be quite large. However, that advantage will be reduced significantly under different assumptions on implementation. So going back to the previous point, implementation matters. It's not just design. Next, please, Matt. So let me quickly describe the scenarios that we will look at. So we'll start with our baseline case, which is going to be the benchmark. And then, unlike the baseline case, in the second scenario, we're going to run separate auctions for the commercial and the recreational boats. And this goes to one of the points that Mark made, right? Maybe we want to ensure that the recreational sector has a opportunity to get access to the quota. So we might want to run separate sets of auctions for the two sectors, and we'll see how that impacts total revenue. Third, we're going to look at the effect of changing the administration cost and the entry cost to the auctions. These are important components of the program, and we'll see in a few minutes that they have an important impact on the revenue advantage of markets. And fourth, we're going to explore the possibility of collusion by some bidders in the auction. And again, we'll show the impact that has on the revenue of the auctions. So next, please. So let me start with the baseline scenario. Again, this is our benchmark case. So here we're going to assume English auctions at the species and lot level, as in the former RSA program. These are ascending and open auctions in which the price increases until there is a single bidder standing, which is the winner and is awarded the quota lot. We're going to assume 150 bidders participate in the auctions, and that 40 lots of summer flounder quota of 10,000 pounds each are available for auction. In this baseline scenario, we're going to assume common auctions in which anybody can bid, regardless of the sector. So if you're a recreational vessel, you can still bid in these common auctions here in this scenario. We're going to assume low entry cost of only $100 per vessel. So if you want to bid in the auction, you pay $100 per vessel, and we're going to assume that the entity running the auctions charges only 4% of the auction proceeds as administration fees. Okay? And finally, and this is an important point, we're going to assume that the data is available to the council. All the data, including the individual bidding data, is available to the council. So to ensure that full compliance with the rules of the auction, which means that we can rule out the possibility of collusion in this particular scenario. Okay, so those are the sort of the main assumptions underlying this baseline or benchmark scenario. Next slide, please. So here you have box plots for the 1,000 runs for both the bilateral agreements and the auctions I described earlier. As you can see in this baseline scenario, the auctions raise, on average, almost 30% more revenue than the bilateral agreements between PIs and industry members. And there are two reasons for this revenue advantage, and I think it was already indicated earlier in Mark's part, but I'm going to reiterate this point here. The two reasons are the following. First, auctions create competition among bidders, pushing the prices up. This is why we want to encourage entry and participation in the auctions, and we want to, at all costs, reduce the entry fees. So we want to have a lot of participation action in the auctions because that's going to create competition, and that's going to push the prices of quota up. So to the extent that we're interested in revenue, that's a good outcome. Second, auctions allow for price discovery. And this is also an important point to keep in mind. So that means that the seller, the PI in this case, doesn't have to decide ex ante what price is going to charge for the quota. PIs are pretty unlikely to have that information anyways, and therefore they might charge too little for the quota. So one of the things that the markets allow you to do is to discover what the right value price for the quota should be. Okay, and we can see that in this in the contrast in terms of the revenue generated by each mechanism under this baseline auction case. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's look at the second scenario, right? We're going to deviate from our benchmark case. We're going to keep all the assumptions the same, with the exception of one. We're going to now allow for separate set of auctions for the recreational sector and for the commercial sector. Okay, and specifically, we're going to assume 60 bidders participate in the set of recreational auctions, and 90 commercial bidders participate in the set of commercial auctions. Okay, we'll see what the impact of just separating the sectors is on revenue. Next slide, please. So in this case, the revenue of the auctions is on average 15% higher than the revenue from the bilateral agreements. When I say bilateral agreements, think of compensation fishing. And there are two reasons for this sort of quite drastic reduction in the revenue advantage of the auction here. So the first one is decreased competition in the auctions is now there are fewer participants in each set of auction, right? So now we have split those 150 bidders into subsets, which will be bidding in different sets of auctions. And that matters. That reduces competition in each set of auctions. But second, according to the summary data that we received from NFI, the average willingness to pay for the quota was lower for the recreational bidders than for the commercial ones. So that means that in this scenario I'm showing you here, the recreational boats will be allocated more quota than in the baseline scenario, but they will pay lower price for that quota. And therefore, the total revenue from the program will be naturally lower than in the benchmark case. Okay. Next slide, please. So now we will go back to the assumptions of the baseline case, but we're going to relax a different assumption, a different baseline assumption. We're going to increase the entry cost from $100 per vessel to $500 per vessel. And we're going to assume that the entity running the auctions is not charging 4% of the proceeds, but rather 12.5% of the auction proceeds. And our understanding is that these cost levels are close to the ones used in the former RSA program. Okay, so next slide, please, Matt. So in this scenario, so the net revenue raised by the auctions for the research, and this is an important distinction here. Remember, the revenues are raised by the auctions are higher, but some of that money is now going to pay the NFI of the day. So on average, the revenue generated by the auctions for the research is only 17% larger than the revenue that would be available under bilateral agreements. And the reason for this reduction in the revenue advantage of the auctions is twofold. First, we have higher entry costs, which means that there'll be a reduction in competition. And second, as I said earlier, there's a higher administration fees, which means that the higher share of the total revenues is taken from the top and goes straight to pay the company or the institution running the auctions. Okay. Next slide, please. So now, in this third scenario, we're going to allow for the possibility that a small group of bidders, so we go back to our common auction, right? We have 150 bidders, but we're going to assume that small group, 20, get together prior to the auctions and coordinate the bids. So we're going to assume specifically that the bidding ring will bid the lowest of their valuations each time. So they'll get together, these 20 people, they'll decide which one has the lowest valuation for the quota, and they'll bid that amount every time. Okay, the rest of the assumptions remain the same as in the baseline scenario. And let me please remind you that this is just a hypothetical scenario. We're not suggesting that this actually happened in the former program, far from that. But the possibility of collusion is always a concern in auctions, and this is the reason why we're looking at that possibility here as well. Okay, next slide, please. So you can see that the revenue raised on average is 20% higher than in the bilateral agreements in this case. So with 150 bidders, you have already a lot of competition. So having only 20 of them colluding is going to undermine your revenue, but it's not going to be catastrophic in this case. However, as more participants join the bidding ring, you will see a sort of a progressive deterioration of the advantage in revenue generation by the auction. So collusion must always be prevented from the auctions, right? Even though in this particular exercise with only 20, the reduction is not too dramatic. We should always seek to prevent collusion from the auctions. Next slide, please. And finally, in this fourth scenario, what we have done is to combine two of the previous scenarios. And we're going to sort of relax two of the assumptions that were in place for the benchmark case. We're going to allow for separate set of auctions, and we're going to allow for higher entry and administration cost. Okay. So that's the final scenario. Please, next slide. In this particular case, as you can see, the revenue advantage of the auctions is a modest 5% on average. Okay? So we started with 30% revenue advantage by the auctions. In this particular case, only 5%. So so how you implement, how you design the auctions really matters and makes a stark difference in the revenue you will get from the program. And remember that we're looking exclusively at the program and not at any possible increase in monitoring and enforcement costs associated with the auctions. Those potential extra costs are not directly paid by the program, but they're a burden to the taxpayer and should not be disregarded, right? So as you relax the assumptions that were in place in the benchmark case, you can see that the revenue advantage of the auctions can basically go away quickly. Next slide, please. So here's the summary of the simulations. So the main takeaway, again, as I mentioned earlier, is that the performance of the preferred mechanism depends crucially on both design and implementation. In other words, you might have designed the best program in the world, but if it's not properly implemented, the advantage of that program will disappear quickly. Next slide, please. So finally, let me say a few words about the ancillary benefits of using auctions to allocate the RSA quota. So next slide, please. So we have so far focused exclusively on the revenue raised by the auctions. However, as I mentioned earlier, beyond the revenue, the auctions may provide information that is quite useful for management. So first, individuals' bids provide information on willingness to pay for the quota. And that could inform decisions on quota reallocation between the commercial and the recreational sector. If the council is going to do that anyways, it's probably better to have the data to inform the decision. This could come immediately from the data on individual bids. So second, individual bids can tell us whether or not the industry see an advantage on jointly owning quota for different species. For example, summer flounder and black sea bass. So perhaps because they are caught together. So we can learn about what we call quota complementarities from the bids, directly from the observed bidding behavior of individuals. Third, remember that the RSA quota is only valuable if it allows you to do something you could not do otherwise. And Ryan mentioned this already. Maybe continue fishing after the season has ended, or increase the bag limit for anglers on your boat in the case of a charter boat. Well, bidding in the auction provides information on the value that the industry attaches to those different regulatory waivers. Right? We could learn something very concrete about how those restrictions are perceived by the industry from the bidding behavior. Also, if you have more participants, which is what the auctions allow, and the possibility of leasing, then that makes it easier to rent your quota if you realize mid-season that you won't be able to harvest it, right? That will be easier to do than if you are operating under bilateral agreements in which you have only few participants engaged in harvesting the RSA quota. And finally, the auctions increase what we call in economics economic efficiency, as they allocate that 3% of the quota according to willingness to pay. So to the extent that this is important to the council, it should not be disregarded. This might be an important point to keep in mind. This extra sort of benefit you get, this additional dividend, if you will, from the program in increasing economic efficiency. So in summary, if you decide to use auctions in the next RSA quota, we encourage you to record and make all the relevant information available to the council, including the information on individual bids, because that information can be extremely valuable, way beyond the revenue that you have raised to fund the research. Next slide. Well, I think that's it's all I have, I believe. So I will have Andy now moderate the discussion part. Thank you, Mike.
Great. Thank you, Jorge. I guess we'll turn to the panels. Let's see if there's any questions or comments from the panelists. Olaf.
Hi, Jorge. Thanks for a great presentation. I just wanted to see if I could put one of your points into other words and see if I'm doing that correctly. You said that in the last slide there that we could learn about willingness to pay for alternative regulation waivers there, that third bullet point. Is it fair to rephrase that as we could quantify the cost of different regulations to the fishing industry? To me, that seems like something that would be of real value to the industry.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. that's exactly right. That's what I meant by this point, right?
Great. Okay, so there'd be the benefits of auctions are also would also include being able to clearly demonstrate what regulations cost the industry.
Right.
I think that's really
right.
important.
Thank you, Olaf. That's a great point, and that's what I meant, right? The willingness to pay to sort of to access that waiver is in reality a cost, right? Or reflection of a cost that of not having that opportunity, that waiver, right?
Great, thank you.
Dan?
Yeah, thanks. I think one of the points was that the willingness to pay for the quota could give evidence for the demand for that quota as a precursor to reallocation, if I caught that right. But I would remind everybody that it's only the for-hire fleet, which is a small component of the recreational fishery as a whole, that would be in the market for these fish.
Dan, can I ask you also to follow up? You put a good question in the chat. Can you also ask that question right now?
Yeah, the question I had, and maybe I was, maybe this isn't an accurate recollection, but I was under the impression that there were instances where a successful bid was made for fish, but you know, at the typical time of year, I don't know, December, January in the auction, but as the season progressed, the market value for that fish wasn't what the bidder had expected, and the bidder was not held to pay for that fish. That it wasn't a firm purchase. In other words, that individual was allowed to just forego payment, and I was just curious if that, because when I go to an auction and buy a painting, I have to pay for it when I walk out of there, you know. But I don't think that was necessarily the case with the auction of the fish.
I could actually speak on that, Eleanor Bohannick, if you'd like me to, on the issue you just raised.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Well, there were a couple cases which you'll see in my presentation, but the one that you're talking about actually happened in 2006 when people bid on the fish, and then the market, we went to a recession. They couldn't even get the prices for the fish, and the vessels could not pay. So we had to have them pay like a minimum amount, but they couldn't pay the actual bid amounts. They just couldn't pay it. There was no way they'd be able to even harvest that amount of fish if they had to pay that value, because the market conditions just weren't there. So that's something we have to think about in the future. And you'll see some of that come out in my presentation of some of the issues with the auction. So, but that did happen, actually. There was a time. And I would point out that actually NFI helped fund 2 of those projects where they fell short by giving them some money. So you'll see that in my presentation too. So anyway, thanks.
Great. Thanks for that clarification, Eleanor. Emerson.
Andy, let me just add to that, in terms of sort of design of the auction, I think it's a good practice to assume that the commitments are firm at the moment you make your bid, right? That you have to pay for your bid. That otherwise might undermine, if that's not in place, might undermine the credibility of the auction process going forward. So ideally, you do want people to honor their bids.
Okay, thank you. Emerson?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Jorge and Mark, for your presentations. I have a question, and then based on the answer to that question, I probably have a follow-up comment. So I'm wondering, in the scenarios that you're in, what was the revenue for the bilateral agreements based on, to compare against the auction?
So that's a good question. So the main difference in between the two mechanisms is that if you are a PI in the bilateral agreement, you're gonna be negotiating with a smaller group of people and bargaining with them in order to sort of reach an agreement in which you split the gains from trading, right? So basically, in the bilateral agreements, you are a PI as you are in the auction, but you're gonna be negotiating with a very small sample of vessels, right? And splitting the difference of the gains from trade from those 3 participants, right? So that's how we simulated that part.
So, but was
Instead of
that based, is that based on a set price where the PI negotiates with a select number of compensation harvest fishermen and then agrees upon a set price? Is that what it was based on?
So
And
what you do,
I have a follow-up comment.
yeah, that's good. So let me explain that in detail. So basically, how you simulate that is that you are a PI, you need a given amount of money, right? And you're looking for the possibility to sell your fish at a benefit. So you're gonna negotiate with 3-4 people, and you're gonna decide to go with the one that offers you the best deal, right? And that fourth vessel that offers you the best deal happens to be the vessel that values the quota the most. So provided that fourth vessel has a higher valuation for the quota than you, well, then you're gonna split the difference, right? Maybe they are willing to pay $3 or $2.5 per pound. You value the pound at 150, so there's a dollar that you can split with that other party, right? And you're gonna split it in equal parts in the simulations.
Well, what I've done in the past with bilateral agreements for compensation harvest is it was based on market price. So rather than agreeing ahead of time on a specific price, we agreed upon percentage of market price, right? So that as market price went up, both the harvester and the PI benefited from that increase in market price. Because what often happens with RSA compensation harvest is that fishermen tend to catch it when market price is high, right? After a state has closed its quota or after a state has reduced its trip limits, then the price is going to go up. So whether you buy the fish on an auction or a bilateral agreement, fishermen are hoping, to sell the fish on higher market value. So that's worked out pretty well for me in terms of a bilateral agreement, because we're not locked into a specific price. And again, the compensation harvest usually occurs when price is higher. Also, I've used RSA allocation as a form of currency, where I've paid, if you will, cooperating vessels who are cooperating on the research, paid them with RSA quota, or partially paid them with RSA quota. And that's worked out quite well also. So I just wanted to interject those two additional components of bilateral, because it doesn't have to necessarily be where you negotiate with a smaller pool of vessels and whoever offers you the best price is who you go with. I can have agreements with a larger number of vessels based on percentage of market value. Have any comment on that? Thank you.
Right, and let me just clarify that we basically, the agreement is 50-50, right? 50% of the difference of the gains are going to the vessel, 50% for the PIs in our exercise. So we are doing it based on shares, but in reality, to be honest with you, I mean, on average, you expect prices to go up and down. So the only difference really between deciding to bargain in terms of shares rather than on fixed price is that the boat takes all the risk in one case, in the other, sort of the PIs and the boat sort of absorb equally the risk associated with fluctuations in the market price. But for the sake of our scenarios, just to clarify, we use shares, right? The parties split the benefits from trade equally and between the PIs and the boats. We don't set a fixed price, but the only difference would be, and would be minor for our simulations, would be who absorbs the risk of price variation.
Yeah, so did the price float? I understand that you kept the percentage the same, but did you vary the price based on market conditions? And then I've got one final comment.
We use an average price.
Yeah, and if that average was based across the year, for instance, that doesn't necessarily reflect when the RSA compensation took place, because again, fishermen are going to generally harvest that compensation or conduct that compensation harvest when price is high rather than when it's low or at average. And then my last comment, and then I'll give others a chance here. Sorry to keep running on. My last comment is some of the experience I had with auction was that I did not know which vessels were conducting compensation harvest for my particular project, and vessels did not know what project they were doing compensation fishing for, and that tended to deteriorate the relationship between the fishing industry and the PIs relative to cooperative research. Thank you.
Yeah, I can see that last point. On the fluctuation of the price throughout the season, I mean, I wish we had that data, but remember, we are working with the data that we have. It's pretty aggregated summary data, so we were not able to simulate some fluctuations of prices throughout the year and match that with the use of the RSA quota throughout the year. So that's what we're using averages.
Okay. Thanks. Need to move on now. Eleanor?
Okay, thank you. Yes, Jorge, I like some of your scenarios. I have a question because I know we could never combine the recreational and commercial sectors together and bid on fish. It was just impossible because the way the revenues are set up and how much money they could make and whatnot is so much different between the two sectors. And the amount that the for-hire sector could actually bid on, it would be very different than what the commercial sector could. So what was the rationale for combining them in a couple of your scenarios and having them bid together?
Maximizing revenue, right? So if you want to maximize revenue, you have a common pool. And if indeed the recreational, so
difficulties between the for-hire and the commercial sectors, right? Because the for-hire sectors, they're just bidding on a chance to maybe be able to make an extra trip, but they don't know how many anglers are going to bring. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same as how much revenue a commercial vessel would make. So I don't really see you being able to do that, because I think the commercial guys would outbid the for-hire sector every time, and then the for-hire sector wouldn't be able to get any of the fish.
Not every time. I mean, it depends on, again, we don't have distribution.
Sea bass and fluke and a little bit of scup. So those two fish were in high demand for both sectors. So I'm just curious. I mean, I'd like to see a little bit more scenarios where maybe you separated them a little more, just knowing how it worked with the auction.
It would be great. I mean, if we were able to get enough data to estimate the distribution willingness to pay from the data, and I would love you to work with us on that if you have the data, then we could better simulate that difference. But what we have now are just summary statistics, right, from the information you provided. So as of now, we have, when combining the auctions, we have fewer vessels, fewer, of course, recreational vessels winning quota, right? Because they're less competitive than the commercial guys on average.
Yes, correct. Okay, so we should talk again sometime, Jorge. Maybe we can do something, but I mean, I can't do too much because I'm retired here, but I might be able to help you a little more. So we should talk again later. Thanks.
Sounds good.
Thanks. Thanks, Eleanor. We get Sean Riley.
Yes, when talking about like actual auction prices paid, we had the 1 year where sea bass was selling for $4.50, and right off the bat saying, how is a commercial fisherman going to make that money back? He was obviously hoping for closures followed by bad weather, I guess, to drive prices up. But we just said right there that's going to lead to people to probably increase their desire to cheat to maximize profit off of that. So we've seen the price being too high for a fish cause problems.
but when Emerson said like auction fish and not knowing who's fishing for it, like as in compensated fishing, and RSA bought fish are just fish to be caught and have nothing to do with any research programs. So I don't see that being a direct association there. And our experience was for hire are willing to pay more than commercial because for hire sell the opportunity to catch the fish to somebody and could make money intentionally not catching and reporting the fish, where commercial fishermen only make money by going out and catching the fish. And I believe our auctions that New York fishermen participated in the past were just one pool of fish. And some guys were disappointed that for hire guys were driving up price, especially when it got to the later lots when there were only a few left that fishermen that did earlier when sea bass was selling for $3, all of a sudden only 2 lots left and people paying $4 1/4, $4.50 for it. So those are just my views from some of the past experiences and some of the comments that I heard.
Great, thank you. And a couple of things. Again, we are sort of looking at average prices paid by individuals in the different sectors, so we cannot disentangle sort of the high value folks within the recreational pool. We cannot do that with the data we have, but I'm certainly we can sort of see that there'll be scenarios in which we have high valuation folks in the recreational sector as well that would get quota. The other point I wanted to make is to clarify that the willingness to pay for a pound of quota of summer flounders, say, doesn't have to be sort of bounded from above by the market price of summer flounder, right? People might be willing to pay more than the market price for summer flounder if an extra pound of quota of summer flounder allows you to catch a bunch of things, not just summer flounder, right? Maybe that extra pound of quota for summer flounder allows you to catch a few pounds, not only of summer flounder, but also of black sea bass, scab combined. And so the total money you can make with that extra pound of quota for summer flounder might be more valuable than the market price of summer flounder itself. So that's an important point to remember. You should not assume that the maximum bid for a pound of summer flounder should be given by the market price of summer flounder. And I don't know what drove the price to $4.50 or whatever it was, the price that you mentioned, but it's not necessarily the case that the bids should be bounded from above by the market price per pound, right? Because that pound of quota, as I said, might allow you to bring catch for other species as well.
Great, thanks, Jorge. Running a little bit late, I want to turn to the members of the public and allow at least 15 minutes if there's enough questions. Anybody from the public have any questions or comments they'd like to present? Can you raise your hands? I'm not seeing any hands. James Fletcher. James, go ahead. You're muted.
Has anybody read the proposal from the United National Fishermen's Association that is putting on this program? I'll comment later in the day. But apparently nobody has read the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, James. That actually will be giving you, a few minutes at the in the longer comment period to talk about your proposal in particular. But does anybody have any quick comments about it right now?
We did read it. We did read the proposal, and I just want to say that basically what we try to present today are scenarios that contrast two types of mechanisms, right? And we're contrasting markets in which you have a lot of players competing for the quota, and a quota that it's not clear ex ante what the value of that quota is, with bilateral agreements. Those bilateral agreements sort of are sort of family of schemes, if you will, right, that are characterized by lower competition than the auctions, so bilateral agreements, and sort of the fact that you have to set ex ante some price for the quota. So the proposal that was put forward, and the gentleman is referring to in this case, falls into that category, right? At the end of the day, you are dealing with a smaller pool of individuals that will be sort of available to buy that quota, and as we understood the proposal, you have to set a price ex ante for something that you don't really know exactly how much it's worth. So that makes it fall within this category that we call bilateral agreements. The essential economic sort of incentives behind are the same. That's why we have not sort of specifically named all the possible sort of sub-programs, but we are referring to them sort of broadly as bilateral agreements.
Okay, thanks, Jorge. Any other questions, comments from the public, members of the public? Hearing none or seeing no hands raised, I think we're at the time period when we can break for lunch, but I will turn it over to Matt real quick with any comments. We're scheduled to come back at 12:45. Matt, any comments before we break?
No, thanks, Andy. I just appreciate the discussion, the conversation we've been having. I think we got a lot of good feedback so far, and I look forward to it continuing after lunch.
Actually, I do have another comment, Matt. The topics that are going to be discussed this afternoon, there are a series of overarching, I guess we call them trigger questions, or things that you should be thinking about. And I think Matt's going to put those questions up on the screen over lunch so that you can read those. These aren't by far the only things that you should be considering, but there are some items that people came up with, and we put them into kind of a series of questions. There's 2 pages of them, so Matt is going to have one screen up that he has up now, and then probably midway through the lunch period, he is going to come and just flip down to the second page so that you can see all the questions. And the only reason we're putting them up is for you to think about those, or look at them and think about those as you listen to the presentations this afternoon. So I guess with that, Matt, unless you have something else, we can break for lunch until 12:45.
All good from me, Andy. Thanks.
Good. See y'all later, or hear y'all later.
Eleanor Bohanec, this is Matt Seeley, Council staff. Are you on the phone still? Hey, Eleanor, thanks. Just wanted to confirm, you prefer to share your screen, correct?
Sure, it's easier for me to do the slides, and I don't have to keep saying next, next. Sure, I'll do that.
Yeah. So if you want, we can give it a try. I'll make you a presenter, and hopefully you'll be able to share pretty easily.
Go ahead.
Okay, you should be able to share now.
Open system preferences. I don't want it says allow Webex meetings to record your computer screen. Oh, I have to open system preferences? Wow. Okay, hold on.
No, so you should just be able to hit at the bottom of the screen next to where it says mute.
So I'm hitting that share button next to you. It says I have to go in my system preferences to allow to share my computer screen, so I can do that. We got a few minutes.
Okay, yeah, I don't usually have that.
But I'm not really sure here, but we'll see.
No worries. Thank you.
Nothing's ever easy, is it? I've heard before.
It doesn't seem that way.
that open system preferences. I said, I guess because I must have, like, you can't record or something. Oh, yeah, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Right. This is Cisco. What's the name of this program? Webex?
Yeah,
Cisco
Webex meeting.
Okay. All right, we should be able to do it.
Yeah, it just sounds like an authorization issue.
It says now I need to leave the meeting. Maybe not. Let's try it. Oh yeah, I do have to log back out and in. We got. Maybe you better do. It's like nothing's. I can't believe this. That's what you have to do. Then I'm supposed to. Can't it just save it? Very strange. Nope, it won't let me. That's probably what the other person had trouble with too. We have to do Cisco Webex events too.
Are you using the application or the browser?
The application.
Okay.
Because sometimes you have trouble with the browser. It wants me to read. So it'll take me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Thanks, Eleanor.
Okay, it should be. Looks like we have it.
I see your screen. You'll just want to make it full screen when you get a chance.
It's no problem. Whoops. Okay. So I don't ready yet, but can you hear me?
So, yeah. So Eleanor, on the top left there, where it says swap displays. So we can see your presenter view right now. I think if you swap the displays, it'll go full screen for us.
I see what you said. Yeah, hold on. Because I tend to use I'll just use my little one. It's no big deal. I have a monitor and a laptop, so I'll just use the laptop. That will probably work. Never had this much trouble. You still see my other one?
Yeah, so again, right here on the top left where it says swap displays.
I see it.
That should work. There you go. It looks perfect.
All right.
So before we get started, I'll just turn things over to Andy Loftus.
Sure, go ahead.
Yep. You all set, Eleanor?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. So this morning we had some good discussion, presentations on the general economic aspects of the RSA program, and this afternoon we're going to focus in on three main areas or three main scenarios with three different speakers, and then have some time at the end to talk about some other alternatives that may not have come up. And we know we heard from Mr. Fletcher this morning, and we'll give him an opportunity to talk a little bit this afternoon about that during the public comment period. So running a little bit late coming back from lunch, so I'm going to just turn it over to Eleanor Bohanec right now, who is going to talk about her experiences with the auction system. So Eleanor?
Hi, my name's Eleanor Bohanec. I'm now a consultant and retired from Rutgers as of July, and I actually ran 12 of the auctions. The first two I wasn't involved in, but I had research projects. So I come at a perspective of a researcher as well as running the auction. Hold on, I'm going to see how we do the slides here. Okay. So those people who National Fisheries Institute Scientific Monitoring Committee is, it was created in 1997 by Mid-Atlantic commercial fishermen and processors to raise money to conduct research to improve fishery and fisheries management issues and stock assessments. And the chair of this committee was Daniel Cohen until 2019, and then Greg Domenico took it over in 2018 and is the chair until the present. All funds that came in were sent to the National Fisheries Institute in Washington, D.C., where they have an accountant, and they're a 501c3. And the account was audited, and it was, and so all monies were passed through the accountant. Just to give you an idea, this was for all auctions too. So why did we start the auction? Well, in the beginning, Dr. Eric Pell and I were trying to figure out, well, the university's not going to want us to get pounds of fish. What are we going to do with pounds of fish to raise money? So we went to some of the fishing industries, and Daniel Cohen came up with the concept of the auction. So that's how it started. To convert the pounds to dollars, and then the researchers could do their research. So we conducted the auctions from 2001 to 2014. To participate in the auction, a commercial fishing vessel had to pay annual dues to the NFI Scientific Monitoring Committee. And arranged in the early auctions was $2,000. We had only a few boats back then. And by the end of the auction, it was $250 per boat. And we also had some lower fees for smaller sized commercial fishing vessels. And the same thing for hire vessels in some years. If a vessel did not win a bid in the auction, their dues were returned to them because they didn't really participate in any of the auction further. So that money was sent back. Prior to the auction, we asked vessels to check with NIMS Garfield office and also to states concerning if they had any fishing violation, because they had to get an exempted fishing permit to conduct the compensation fishing. So they needed to check on that, and that was up to the vessel to do that. And prior to each auction, we would have a conference call with all potential bidders about what the minimum bid was and how the pounds were being allocated to each one of those bids. So, and it was broken down by species. And then once we brought on for hire, it was broken down by for hire and commercial, which I'll explain in a little bit. We also tended to meet after the first few years with NIMS law enforcement to figure out how to strengthen the enforcement aspect of it. And we're starting to get some better ideas of how to improve it, so make it harder for vessels to be able to cheat. So, and we would like to say that NIMS law enforcement was very open with us, and we helped them whatnot too. So it was very good. The boat, we had some boats who didn't pay for the auction. Pounds allocated. We only had a few boats, but what we did was those boats were not allowed to participate in any future auctions or in the current auction if they didn't pay some of their monies. So they were removed and they were not allowed to get back in any auctions unless they paid off all monies owed. So in the beginning, the auction was really small. We might have one project. It was between about 10 to 20 vessels that participated in the auction. But as more pounds became available, for example, we took on NEAP and we started to get inquiries from for hire vessels, and they won bids also. So that by the end of the program, we'd have millions of pounds allocated to the auction. We had about 96 vessels, and I know this number differs a little bit from what Jorge presented, but we actually had final count was 96 boats after a few boats dropped out. And the boats were primarily from New York, but we also had participation from Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Virginia, and New Jersey. Early years, the auction was conducted by an 800 call-in number. And in later years, we went to Cornell Cooperative Extension, who let us use their auditorium, and we had a call-in number. Plus, we did an in-person auction at the same time. So we were actually able to get that done. It allowed vessels that were in New York to be able to participate in the other state. And just to let you know, this auction was open to any vessel that wanted to be part of it. I spent a lot of time on the phone talking to different fishermen who were interested in, and whoever wanted to participate was allowed to do so. So we bid each lot separately when we started at a minimum bid. The boat won a bid. The boat owner had to sign a subcontract to agree to pay NFI Scientific Monitoring for the pounds that they won in the bid. And part of the event also had to have a component in there that NFI Scientific Monitoring Committee could look at the RSA pounds harvested from the NIMS database. So NIMS office would send once a week all the pounds allocated to each boat by species, so we could track the overall pounds to make sure none of the vessels would go over their harvested pounds. We applied for the federal research set-aside exempted fishing permit for the compensation fishing for each vessel. We mailed them their permits. We created invoices. We tracked payments of invoices. All checks were mailed to the NFI accountant, and money's kept track of down there as well as in our office. Vessels were allowed to transfer, and all transfer, if they had to have a valid reason for it to occur. And we reported any transfer of pounds from one vessel to another to the GARFO contact, as well as to the state in which that vessel harvests the fish, so the state would know what the pounds were for that particular boat. In around 2007, a for hire vessel came to us and wanted to be part of the auction. Well, we tried to be wanted to be inclusive, so we said, sure, you're allowed to bid in that. Actually, vessel purchase sub-scup lots. So after that, 2007, we started to have a separate auction for hire vessels, and more vessels became interested in participating in the auction. So we were trying to figure out how would we allocate the pounds between the commercial and the for hire sector. So what we did was we went to the allocation in the FMP for a particular species like summer flounder, the 60-40% split. So 60% went to commercial, 40% to the for hire. And that's how we did the split of the pounds that would be auctioned off. For the for hire sector, we only had the pounds that they were interested in were scup, black sea bass, and summer flounder. And so we made a list of the lots, and we tended to have smaller lot sizes for the for hire sector because they couldn't take 50,000 pounds or 20,000 pound lot. So any unused lots then went to be bid by the commercial auction with the minimum bid price. And so what we did was we would have the for hire auction first, followed by the commercial auction. And lot sizes tended to vary from year to year. A few times we auctioned off combined lots with more than one species. And you heard Jorge mention a little bit about that. And I think a few of the other presenters this morning. And the ones that we had tried were scup and summer flounder. And we were able to auction those combined lots. So it is possible, but I'm just to go in further to see if we got more money for the combined lots versus a single species, but I don't know that right now. And the lot sizes range from about 1,000 pounds to over 20,000 pounds, depending on which species we would auction off. This is an example of 2014. And what you see in the pounds, those are the total pounds. The species is the second column, and it's recreational is rec. The average price per pound, the number of fishing vessels, and the total estimated value that would be obtained from that particular auction, that species by the recreational sector. And as you can see, the price, the for hire sector, a lot of times the auction, it really didn't turn into an auction. They just took the minimum bid for summer flounder. But they did bid on the scup, but not on scup, but on black sea bass. So you see 259. Scup also, they just took the minimum bid. Scup really weren't worth much. But as you can see in the commercial sector, if you want to take an example, the fluke, the average price per pound was 241. Sea bass was 387. And I just want to point out, when you were talking about sea bass, maybe some people bid on $4 a pound. I know in the commercial, some of the vessels that actually did bid on those were a lot of times potters, and they would sell those to the live market, and they would get a really good price, so they were able to bid higher, and they were able to get those lots. So that's some of the rationale. So when you're thinking about how this program is all aligned, you have to think about the different gear types too. Different gear types can bid higher for some species than others also. So that's something to think about. And also, if you want to look at bluefish, we usually started at in nickel, or this year it was 6 cents a pound, and we just couldn't give all the lots of bluefish away. No one really wants bluefish, butterfish either, and spiny dogfish. There were pounds allocated, and we could only give one. We only had one lot bid on. It wasn't really bid; it was just a minimum bid. So those are some of the species. So I will talk somewhat now about the costs for running the auction, and then I'd like to get in some pros and cons. So I took a supervisor, which tended to be me, about 3.5 to 4 months a year of my time to totally run the auction, supervise the whole process, deal with fishermen calling on the phone, organizing the entire program. And now I paid a secretary about 8 months of her time to also answer phones, keep track of the pounds landed and the money's in and the money's going out to the projects. And then there was also other hidden costs. Those were supplies, there was travel to the auction, the 800 phone-in number, and the costs tend to vary from year to year. Most of the vessels were from New York, so in order for New York State to allow those vessels to harvest, they said it was just too many vessels and it taking up too much time. We actually paid a person through Cornell Cooperative Extension to work at the New York DEC office to handle all of the RSA program for New York. And we paid, starting in the beginning, it was $39,000 in 2009, and by the time 2014 came around, paid $49,000 per year for that person to work in the New York DEC office and handle all the RSA program for New York. And we charged a 12% overhead rate to pay for the costs of the auction. Now, I mentioned briefly how there was a couple of years we had issues where we didn't raise enough money. Well, in 2009, this was the market conditions that you had mentioned earlier. We were not able to raise enough to cover the two of the projects that we had that year. The one was NEMAPS. We gave NEMAP $89,000 of NFI Scientific Monitoring Committee money, and we gave Cornell $13,000 to help support their project. And the reason why is that the market conditions were really bad in 2009, and the price had fallen so much on the species that fishing vessels were just such a loss, and they wouldn't have been able to pay for the bid prices that they had actually bid in the auction. And I just want to point out, Rutgers University, one of our first projects were issued, and we weren't really sure how everything was work out. It was a Loligo project. We got given pounds of Loligo, like squid primarily, and they really weren't worth money because at that time there were no closures for Loligo or like squid, and they were not worth much money, and most slots were not harvested, and they weren't even bid upon. So we weren't able to raise enough funds for this project, and we were unable to complete the project. So these are just some things that you'll need to think about in the auction. Well, what's the positive? Those 2 years were the only really issue problems that we had. But most of the time we raise sufficient funds or even more money than what was proposed by the researcher, and they got the extra money. So the auction did do what it was supposed to do, is raise money for the research to conduct the research. And many of these vessels were kind of pleased with the auction because they were able to convert a lot of their discards to landings. Say, for example, New York would have a 500-pound trip limit, or even sometimes lower than that on summer flounder. They were able to take those discards in their net and convert them to money instead of throwing them overboard dead. And that's something that the RSA program should think about, because that's a really an important driver of some of the people bidding in the auction. Also, this tended to help the for-hire vessels because they were able to make trips when their season was closed for the target species. And then in the other trips when the season was open, they could harvest more than their bag limit. And sometimes some of the states would allow a different size limit as well for a particular species. We got really good cooperation and support from the various states, as well as the federal government, National Marine Fishery Service, with landing of the RSA. So, I mean, that was really a positive aspect. And I think if anyone else ever takes over the auction, I think they should be able to build those bridges still and have a successful auction. And you will raise quite a bit of money through the auction, especially if the species has a closure or, like I said, a small trip limit. Fish are just worth a lot more money. And the other species like spiny dogfish, you could give them away and people don't eat. The fishermen didn't even want them. Well, here's some of the negative aspects. Auction, the entire process, is really time consuming and rather costly to run, but you can do it and it is successful. Like I did before, if the fishery didn't close, these are some of the issues with some of the species when if they didn't have a close or there weren't small trip limits. They were for loligo squid, eelex, butterfish, bluefish, dogfish, and Atlantic mackerel. If people get awarded those species in their project up till 2014, we couldn't really raise much money for those species to fund the research project. But some of that will change now because I know that eelex and loligo closes now, so they'll probably be worth more money and there'll be higher bids on those species. So that is a positive. But some of those other species, if there aren't any closures, you're not going to get much for the particular species. And I spoke about the project that couldn't be completed. That was a negative. That comes to deal with what species you get allocated to do your research project. And like I said, due to the market and financial issues of 2009, it's something you can't predict is going to happen when you run your auctions. So we usually run the auction in January when no one knows what the season is going to be like later on. That it's hard to predict when we'll not be able to raise sufficient funds. And I'm not sure if vessels would be willing to bid and then be responsible for all of that money if the markets are just so low that they were in 2009. So that's something to think about also. Like I said, we had trouble getting boats to bid on some of the species, but your prize winners are sea bass, summer flounder, and to a lesser degree, scup. But now I think you'll get it with loligo and eelex as well. Those will be really good for if you want to raise money through an auction. I think you can solve the issue of enforcement with the harvest of the RSA pounds. And this was a negative aspect, was the whole thing with enforcement. Like I said, we were trying to work with enforcement, and I think there's definitely ways to improve it. And some of the issues where I think what we need to really do is to have commercials land at a certain dock within certain hours so they can be inspected. Instead of like some vessels landing home, or they just, we don't know when they come in the middle of the night, they just pack their fish. And also, this isn't really a negative or positive, it's just something to think about. If someone ever does conduct this auction again, they have to have really good people skills and capability of interacting with both commercial and for hire fishermen, or your auction will fail. Because you really need a really good reporter to be able to do this. I think for the future, there's a way to make the law enforcement issue better and a lot easier, is if you think about observers, putting observers on these vessels when they're out harvesting the RSA. That's something you might want to think about as potential enforcement part, which I know that's next workshop. So if someone wants to think about that. I'll just say, based on my experience as a researcher, as well as running this auction, I think the best scenario would be to have an annual auction to raise funds. You raise all the money up front, because I know as a researcher, you never know if you're going to raise enough money to conduct your research, and you may get more researchers willing to participate because you'll be able to award them cash instead of passive fish, and they'll know exactly how much money they're going to have for their research project. And I think that would help in the long run. Just something to think about if you go with the auction model. It would really help. And one of the other negative aspects I would say is I think you're going to need to think about how you want fishermen pay for their, if they get allocated and successfully win bids. Do they pay all the money up front? Do they pay half within the first month? And it's something you need to think about. And maybe you would have animals who do not pay, even though we only had a few. Something to think about. Thank you. I just want to open if anybody has questions about the auction process. And I'm here to help. It's like, it was an interesting process. It evolved over the years. I always thought we seem to be improving it over the years. It's just a shame that we had issues with law enforcement, but I think you can find a solution around that. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Eleanor. So I'd like to have, 30 minutes or so, 25, 30 minutes of discussion on this. Think about questions about what worked in the past and what didn't work, and Eleanor provided, some baselines for that. So if you have anything to add or emphasize, from what Eleanor had said already, that'd be great to capture here also. And then also think about, was the auction accessible to all, or were there some that were excluded in your opinion and your experience? So any of the panelists, do you have any thoughts about the auction system and those questions in particular? Dan?
Yeah, I put my questions up on the chat, but my first was to Eleanor. Do you have any thoughts as to why most of the boats were from the state of New York, given that this is a regional program?
Actually, I think I do, is because they had such small trip limits, and they would just be able to take advantage of having extra pounds to harvest, and they were just discarding so many fish that they wanted to bring those discards in. And I don't know if that may be changing now, but I know in New Jersey, most of our vessels thought it wasn't worthwhile to participate because they didn't really need those extra pounds. I know talking to commercial fishermen in New Jersey, that was true. Not as true for the hire. We did have primarily New York and New Jersey for the for hire, and then we picked up Virginia and Rhode Island also for hire sector.
Okay, my second question is, you had mentioned that the market tanked on some species, but it still isn't clear to me what the protocols were for once you make your bid, when the funds are expected to be paid. Was it sort of
changed? That evolved over the years. In the beginning, we had about 10 boats that they had to pay it by the end of the last day of harvest was December 31st with the exempted fishing permit. So they had to pay by like January 1st, by January 1st. We asked them to pay as they harvest, but sometimes they don't get paid for a month or 2 or 3 months from wherever they're selling their fish to. So that's why we kind of made sure that everyone paid by the end of the season. Usually we ask by December 31st.
Okay.
Then we changed it, asked half to be paid on to try to make it easier, was to pay half after fishing for the first 6 months. We pay half. But there's ways you can design it any way you want, but that's just how we did it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Sean?
Yeah, just a comment about why so many New York boats wanted to participate. Our trip limits for sea bass and fluke were averaging 50 pounds a day, with September being closed for sea bass and June and October mostly being closed for fluke. So they were desperate to be able to try and land some fish and make some money off of them. That's the biggest reason New York boats were desperate for the program.
Yes. Thank you, Paul.
Great. Thanks. Chris?
Yeah, thanks. I think some of my questions were answered, but it was kind of in line with what Eleanor talked about with turning discards into landings, and New York was given as an example with the low trip limits. But earlier, Eleanor, in your presentation, you talked about like with the bids for sea bass being fairly or much higher than the base bid was, for like the potters selling to the live fish market. I mean, is it safe to assume that depending on who the fisherman was and how they were going to fish, whether turning discards into landings or going on, kind of these niche fishery trips, that the bids were less for maybe turning discards into landings as opposed to the example of the sea bass potters?
I would say that for black sea bass, yes, because that's the only really live fish market that we had out of the species that we were able to use in the auction. So yeah, I'd say yes. But we had some, not a lot of potters, but some, and it was predominantly had New York for the sea bass potters. They had a niche market, I guess. Because they even, sometimes on the phone, they tell me that's why they bid higher.
Hey, thanks. I guess to follow up on that, so were there any trips by boats that instead of using the discards in the landing scenario, they use the RSA allocation to just fish during a closed season to gain a better.
Correct. You're correct there too. It was like they were pointing out earlier. If the season's closed, they would all go out and fish because that's when they would get the higher price, and they could make some money with their bids. So that's part of it. It's either the season closed or they converted discards to landings. Those were the two.
Okay. Any other thoughts about what worked, what didn't in particular? I'll also ask a question Eleanor had in one of her slides, or had discussed very briefly, packaging species together. Does anybody have any thoughts about either benefits or drawbacks of doing that as an approach for the RSA, for funding the RSA? Oh, Chris, I'm sorry. I was muted. Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. I mean, based on the experience Eleanor shared with the auction, several years ago, with some species having more constraints than others and having more value, it sounds like it's going to be very species specific as far as which species are fishermen going to bid on. So packaging things together, I'm not sure how that's going to work if you package a low value species like dogfish with summer flounder. How that would, what the results would ultimately be. It seems like the limiting seasons and quotas seem to drive the demand for any particular species, which probably lends more towards more of an individual species based auction.
That's mostly why we did species by species. Just the last year we did try, and I didn't get to compare. I didn't have time to compare any of the information, but maybe I can work with Jorge and we could look at that and see if it did make any difference. And then maybe you can have that for like November meeting. You'll be able to answer that part of the question. But for the most, except for that last year, we did not combine any species. We bid them separate, and it seemed to work, except for, like I said, the low value. Some of the species were low value because their season they're just not worth any money, and they never close.
Okay, Ryan.
Thank you. On the topic of combining species, I agree. I think forcing a vessel to take an allocation for something that's essentially a cost to them isn't going to generate additional funds. It's either the incentive is there for that species or not. But we did combine species in some cases, and it was one there was, like for the mid program, the only one that comes to mind is butterfish. There was a butterfish cap. I don't know if that's still in place or what the status is, but at the time, I think the butterfish cap was at least, there was concern that it was going to be triggered. So we were awarding butterfish RSA in conjunction with squid RSA so that those vessels could effectively harvest that squid RSA. So that's kind of there's other examples of that in other fisheries. We've done it for yellowtail flounder in the scallop fishery, in I think haddock in the herring. So anyways, there are kind of, I guess, times when bycatch caps can influence the ability for vessels to harvest the RSA quotas. We want to be mindful of that when we're dealing with that species. And I guess just a general comment back to Eleanor's presentation, and I think it's been something that's pretty apparent as we talk about the performance of the program, and that's where the money was coming from. And there was a lot of time and energy put into dealing with species that, for all intents and purposes, weren't generating money. So I really think it's important for the the working group to keep that in mind and see whether it is, if there is a goal of reserving those species, what value do they bring in terms of generating funds. So a couple comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jorge.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that at the end of the day, if there are complementarities in the quota for different species, it's an empirical question. We would have to test it, I guess. But there are ways to design auctions. We call them combinatorial auctions, in which you package two species, say, but allow bidders to bid for the package and also for the individual species, right? So you provide a lot of flexibility in the bidding process and allow for whether or not there are complementarities and sort of raise the revenue if there are complementarities, and if they're not, you just allocate the quota separately. But there are ways to design the auctions in order to do that without imposing restrictions ex ante on the bidders. Thanks.
Okay, Robert, you have your hand up.
Yeah, just real quick on the idea of the combining. I think it's adding a layer of complexity, and I actually don't think it's a good idea. For certain species, if you were to combine, Plooscup sea bass, which is for most part species that can be caught in conjunction, trying to determine the proper percentages of each within a lot could be a problem. I mean, it's dependent on where they're caught, the time of year, gear used. I think it could possibly, you're adding a layer of confusion, but it could possibly take away from species that could be sold as, holistically as a single species, and you're actually taking part of the RSA quota away from that to put it into a lot, so it may not generate the revenue that would be expected if it was sold as its own.
Okay, thank you for that perspective. Any other thoughts about the auction system? What worked in particularly well, or what didn't work particularly well? What are the trade-offs of doing the auction system? Anything to build off of Eleanor's presentation? Olaf.
I just wanted to emphasize this last point that Eleanor has up here on the slide about the uncertainty in the funding while the research is being conducted. This is something that's a big problem. So you're essentially moving forward with the research before you know how much money you have to do the research. And that means that you're necessarily very cautious and reserve some of the work for the second year of the project period or later years, which might not be ideal. So that in-year uncertainty during the first year of the project is really critical, and I think not a good feature of the past program.
Great, thank you. Jim Gartland.
Hey, can you all hear me? I didn't do a mic check yet this morning. You hear me all right?
Yep, sound loud and clear.
Thank you. I just want to build off a little bit what Olaf said, and it's actually, he's correct, and it's even a little bigger than that. So, I'll talk about this in my presentation here in a couple of segments. But actually, when you're doing your price projections and how much you need, how much quota you need, you're actually starting a year in advance of the quote RSA year that you're working in. So you're really guessing your prices almost a year before the auction happens, and then even after the auction happens, there's still some uncertainty into how much money is going to come in. So I agree with him completely. There is a lot of uncertainty, but I think it's even perhaps a bigger problem than what was indicated earlier.
Great, thank you. Ryan?
Thank you. Just a quick comment on this topic. You know, we fully understand that there's uncertainty associated with these awards, and each of the programs have evolved a little bit differently, but there's certainly lots of examples where, you know, the uncertainty is such that we don't expect that recipient to start spending money and doing research until they start generating money. And if they don't generate money, we understand that there's valid reasons for that, and in some cases the projects will just be canceled. But you know, there are projects that hold off on investing money until they are able to start generating it through the RSA. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Ryan. I know we're going to have another whole workshop on enforcement, but let me ask the folks, particularly from the enforcement community, is the auction system enforceable? Are there issues that should be addressed as compared to how it was done in the past? What are your thoughts on that? Sean?
Yeah, I don't think there was much of a problem with the auction. It's just the way that, you know, the one couple of years where sea bass prices were just way beyond an expected rate, that we don't see how people were possibly going to make money off buying 10,000 pounds of sea bass at $4.50 a pound. It's just, I think they just forced a couple more people into trying to skate the system. And with Garfo's new rule of, or Mid-Atlantic, whoever's actually controlling it, of electronic reporting, I think that's going to be an easier way to control things, with making people have to submit their VTR in advance of reaching the dock. So we have, instead of the paper report being sent in 72 hours after reaching the dock.
Okay, thank you. Any other perspectives on that? Okay. Dan?
I don't know if this is the time to ask this question, but is it a possibility that a program like this could raise all the money in year one and then grant it out in year two, so that when you went to, in other words, you stagger the fundraising year with the granting year? Is that a possibility going forward to alleviate that question of market prices, et cetera?
Emerson.
Yes, thank you. To Dan's question, and I'm not sure if this is exactly what he was getting at, but there's been a legal opinion from NIMS that this process cannot raise money and then have an RFP for that money that's been generated through that compensation harvest. It's got to be through that grant process, like Ryan described earlier this morning, where the allocation is linked with the project, and you really can't decouple those. That was a few years ago that legal opinion was provided by NIMS.
Great, thanks, Emerson. Any other thoughts on that item or any others?
Actually, this is Eleanor. I have one thought. I understand what Emerson's saying, and he's correct, but I don't see why you couldn't raise the money in the first year of your project, and then in the second year you do the research. I don't understand why that shouldn't be a problem, but I guess that's something for the lawyers to figure out.
Okay, Ryan?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, like I was just saying, and Eleanor just mentioned, you know, there can be multi-year awards. You know, some programs, there's an expectation that recipients will wait until they're able to start generating money to understand what they're able to accomplish. You know, I think it's, you know, one of the big challenges there is, one, you're probably dealing with a species that has a lot of uncertainty of value or limited value. And, you know, the timeline for conducting the project and receiving the results just gets extended. But it is what it is when you have that level of risk. associated with the species that you're awarding. And relative to Dan's question and Emerson's comment, yes, there's been several times where this question's come up in different iterations, but I think it's in the meeting materials. At least with respect to the mid program, there was a response from our general counsel, kind of regarding some of these issues around converting the set aside into money that NIMS is, managing and then awarding instead of these pounds of fish. We've been told we don't have that. There is no mechanism for us to do that, which is why we are, in a position of awarding pounds of fish instead of dollars. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for that clarification. Paul.
Thank you. Yeah, getting back to the bundling concept, assuming that we're trying to maximize the revenue on this, what about, and it could be a giant mess, but just as a satellite program, just soliciting package size, species bundles way before the bidding process. And I know it's going to be dependent on quotas and regs, and you have to have a crystal ball for all that, but just to see what the prospective bidders might be looking for to group like choke species or commonly fish that are commonly caught together. And if you get a whole bunch of responses that are close to each other, you can kind of tailor packages towards that, and it might generate more revenue. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Paul. Any other thoughts on the auction system before we move on to the compensation system discussion? Last words? Okay. Let's move on to the discussion of pros and cons of compensation fishing. And I think Ryan, in his presentation this morning, did define the how NOAA defines the compensation system. I don't have that right up in front of me. Matt, do you have that slide? Just to set the stage for the next talk.
Yep, 1 second, Andy.
Okay. Or Ryan, maybe you remember offhand what your, oh, there we go, compensation fishing. This came out of Ryan's presentation this morning. Means fishing conducted for the purpose of recovering costs associated with resource surveys and scientific studies that support the management of a fishery or to provide incentive for participation in such studies. Compensation fishing may include fishing during or subsequent to such surveys or studies. So that's the general definition of compensation fishing. And to kind of lead off the discussion on the topic, we're going to turn to Olaf Jensen, who was a previous RSA participant, and he's going to tee up some of the issues for us. So Olaf?
Great, thank you. And if you could share your screen, Matt, and do the slide changes, I think that'll probably work best.
Happy to do it. 1 second, please.
Sure. While Matt's doing that, I just want to mention that I'm going to talk about my particular experience as a PI with the RSA program, and hearing Emerson and other RSA PIs talk about this. I think whether the system works from the PI perspective or not, it really depends on the specifics of the research project, and I'm going to spend a little time talking about those specifics for this. This project that I led. And I'm not going to talk about any project results because I don't think that's relevant here, though I've got slides for that if anybody is terribly curious. I have them at the end. Okay, so this was actually the first research project that proposal that I wrote as a professor when I was at Rutgers University. Next slide. And I first want to talk about the people involved, not just as an acknowledgement, but also because I think one of the benefits of RSA projects are really the collaboration and involvement across sectors. The graduate student who did her thesis on this project, Michaela Provost, ended up leading most of the field work as well as writing the papers. And that's, I think, pretty typical for academic-led projects. Part of our mission as professors is to train students. And so we typically have students doing a lot of the work. And that was certainly the case here. We had a pretty large range of fishing industry partners from both the commercial and recreational sectors there. So pot fishermen, the Burkaw brothers, Adam Nawalski before he was a council member, and then Joel Mick on the recreational side. And then they were charter boats, but then we also had a party boat involved. So a bunch of different involvement from different sectors here, and that was both necessary for the research goals because we wanted to make sure that our tagging and recaptures were able to tell us about the selectivity of different fishing gears, but it was also just a real benefit in terms of broadening the scope of involvement in the research. Speaking of that, most of the work was done by volunteer fishermen. So most of the captures of fish were done by volunteer fishermen on party boats. So we would take out a group of 20 to 40 volunteer fishermen, rounded up by the outreach folks at the Jacques Cousteau Reserve. And then there were the principal investigators. So in addition to the four there, which are from two different universities, I'll also mention Eric Powell, who was not a PI, but was really instrumental in generating a lot of the ideas here in the beginning. Next page. The whole justification for this project was that the black sea bass stock assessment had been rejected, and they were now considered a data poor stock at that point. There were three problems that were cited in the rejection of the stock assessment. The first of them is the one that we addressed in our project, which is that they have a unique life history. They're protogynous hermaphrodites. Many of them start out female and later become switch sex and become male. And so there was a lot of concern by the review committee about how that life history would affect their stock assessment and affect their vulnerability to fishing. But there were still a lot of fairly basic biological uncertainties about how that process of sex change worked in the wild. There were some neat lab studies that showed that there was a real important social component to it, where if where females had a male in view in a separate tank, they would stay female. But if an opaque barrier was put between the two tanks, one of the larger females in the female tank would very quickly change sex and become male. So right away that tells you that we can't really understand just from lab studies what's going on out there in the field. So this was a tagging study designed to really assess that sex change behavior and also its interaction with fishing gear. Next page. So we asked and answered these questions. When does sex change occur seasonally? What are the sex change rates by size and age? And how do gear selectivity patterns vary by sex between potting gear and hook and line recreational fishing gear? Next page. The work was done off the coast of central New Jersey on party boats and charter boats, a pot fishing vessel. Next. So we determined sex, took a scale for aging. Next. And then tagged and released the fish. The tagging and releasing the fish is, I think, an important point here because we couldn't do compensation fishing where the vessel capturing the fish during our surveys was keeping and selling the fish because we needed to release them alive. Next. And then we had a tag reward system where we got back the whole fish, ideally, from anglers who recaptured one of our tagged fish. We needed the whole fish back, not just the tag, because we needed to be able to determine the sex of the fish and also examine the gonad to see whether it was in the process of sex change. Sex change isn't instant. The gonad sort of changes sequentially from a male to a female gonad. And there was a reward program put in place here. And this was actually not something that we had in the original proposal. It came in during the review process where NOAA, and I'm not sure exactly where the comment came from, but NOAA was concerned that if we had tags with no rewards, it would create problems for future tagging efforts because anglers would become dissatisfied having called up and reported a tag and getting nothing for it. So and I think they were quite right. So we instituted a tag reward program that wasn't part of the original process. In our study, there was a lot of back and forth in terms of revisions to the proposal after we were notified of the intent to award the project. Okay, next, please. Okay, here it is, the dirty laundry. I'll put up my budget here just to give you a sense of, sort of where the money goes for a project like this. And here it was a bit less than a third of the money going to vessel time, some to equipment and supplies. A bit of money to a graduate student. The 6 months is not nearly enough to accomplish the project, but as a university researcher, I was also able to access other pots of money to support graduate students, so could sort of share costs there a bit. And then some laboratory analysis, and the administrative fees there at the bottom are ones that I think Eleanor covered quite well, and I noticed that the numbers do match up. The laboratory fee for the Haskin lab actually didn't end up being part of this. But one thing to point out here is that there's this part doesn't have the 55% overhead for money that goes directly to universities. So even though there's some overhead by NFI, if all the money went to the university, all that money would be subject to a whole 55% overhead, which is pretty standard among universities. Some are even higher than that. And next slide, please. Okay, and so that budget process involved, as Jim pointed out before, us coming up with a budget in terms of pounds of fish a whole year before the project was awarded. So a lot of uncertainty in how many pounds of fish we would need to sell, would need to be awarded and sold in order to fund the project at the level that we thought it was necessary. And so this really adds a layer of inefficiency, I think, because researchers are, if they're smart about it, need to sort of bump up the request a bit beyond what they think they will most likely need in order to capture that uncertainty, right? If you only ask for exactly what you think you'll need, on average, half the time you'll get less than that. Right, so there's a strong incentive to ask for a bit more, which of course creates some uncertainty. In this case, largely because both the fluke and the black sea bass prices ended up quite high that year, the auction brought in nearly double the requested budget, our expected budget, which turned out to be a good thing because I don't think we could actually have accomplished the project with the requested budget. As I said, this was my first proposal I ever wrote. So live and learn there, and luckily we ended up on the high side. I'll tell you what we did with the extra money. We increased tagging, so there was quite a bit more vessel time. In addition to the industry fishing vessels, we also used university research vessels. And that was because on the industry vessels, we sometimes ran into the situation where they had an opportunity to either make a lot of money or they needed to retrieve their gear and avoid losing a lot of money. And so they, our industry partners would say, "Oh gosh, I'm super sorry, but we can't do it this week as we planned because I've got lobster pots offshore and need to pull them," something like that. And so having that backup of using university research vessels was really important because for our tagging project, some of the field work was time sensitive. It needed to happen this week. So we increased tagging, more vessel time, also using some university research vessels. We added that tag reward program, which I think was really critical. We ended up achieving a 33% tag return rate. So 1 out of every 3 fish we tagged came back to us, which, for an open marine system is pretty incredible. And then some additional grad student support to get the work done. There were fairly significant budget reallocations. That was something we talked about at the last meeting, how to balance flexibility versus sort of holding PIs to what they said they would do. In particular, we had planned to use ultrasound equipment to externally determine sex in black sea bass. What we found was that we could do that adequately with a gonadal biopsy in the field. So essentially just taking a tiny sample of the gonad through a catheter tube and didn't need the ultrasound equipment to do that. So rebudgeting those funds from ultrasound to additional tags and vessel time was a pretty easy and quick process. So I didn't find that was too cumbersome. Next page. So I want to talk just a little bit more about this industry academic partnership. And the only time I've done an RSA project was with NFI, so I only have that perspective there. As I said before, it reduced overhead rates compared to putting all the money through the university. We left most of the money, all of the non-personnel costs at NFI, and they paid out costs directly, and that saved a ton of money in overhead. It also expedited equipment purchasing and vessel payments. So, it's a long bureaucratic process to get someone paid through the university. It was a quick phone call to get somebody paid through NFI. And it's a trusted organization. So, when we reached out to potential industry partners, vessels, to ask them about it, we said, "Hey, you'll get paid through NFI," and they said, "Great, let's do it." Whereas if it was through Rutgers, not that Rutgers isn't a trusted organization, but you'll be waiting for your check for quite a while. And then I think the informal connections through NFI and through the industry just really helped get the word out about this project, which I think helped increase the tag returns. I don't have any data to prove that, but it was remarkable the number of people I would run into who had heard about the project, and I think that's partly because of NFI helping spread the word amongst their members. The university also offers benefits. That partnership involves some salary being covered by PIs for PIs. Not all PIs have that. Some have to get all of their salary from grants. It depends on the particular details of an appointment. Student salaries can be subsidized through things like graduate fellowships, or we generally get free undergraduate assistance through students wanting research experience. And as I said, we had university research vessels that were available as a backup, which was a significant benefit. Next, please. So, as I was putting this together, I was kind of, trying to flip it around and think not just from the PI perspective, but from the council's perspective. Was RSA and was this particular iteration of the RSA program the best way of accomplishing this research? And these are just some thoughts that I came up with there. I think it's probably a similar or somewhat lower cost compared to a research contract. it's hard to know exactly there, but it also, this way of doing things really stimulates the academic research community to come up with ideas and present them. The other way around, when you do a research contract, the council staff have to come up with the research idea in general, and then sort of put it out there to the community to figure out how to accomplish it. So I think you tend to be able to solicit some broader thinking because you're just drawing from a larger community of people to come up with research ideas when you put out a broad RFP like the RSA program. You need to have a project, because of the budget uncertainty, you really need to have a project that could either scale up or down depending on what your actual budget is. Ryan talked about how, on the program side, they offer a lot of flexibility to researchers, and that's really critical. It's really great. But not all projects can scale up or down and can move things around from one year to the next. So this is not a way that you can fund any kind of research. The project had a pretty slow timeline, so this is maybe not a great way to get research done super quickly, especially if you're allowing researchers to wait until the following year after all the quota is sold. If you've got a management challenge that needs to be answered quickly, well, we submitted the proposal in 2010, and the first use of it, our results in stock assessment, was 6 years later in 2016. It's partly because of the stock assessment cycle. We had some results a year before that, but that's still, maybe a 5-year lag between submitting the proposal and getting the results into the stock assessment process. And speaking of getting the results into into use by management and assessment, I'm not sure it would be obvious to anyone from the outside that this project ever did help the assessment process. The assistance to the assessment process came during working group meetings that had maybe 10 people there. So, it wasn't that we submitted the final report and then that was picked up independently by assessment scientists, and they cited it in the assessment document. It was a much more informal process where I participated in the working group meetings, showed how our data could answer some of the questions about model structure or individual parameters that they were wrestling with in the assessment. And then it wasn't until 2017 that the first peer-reviewed journal publication came out. There's always a lag there with respect to the peer review process and the time between acceptance of an article and when it actually gets published. That process can take a year or more. And then the data has continued to be used for some things that we didn't anticipate at the beginning. And I think this is also kind of useful to think about how data sharing can result in benefits that weren't anticipated, and why data sharing, I think, is an important component of any new RSA program. So the data that we had ended up being used to parameterize a model of hermaphroditic life histories to see whether they are generally more vulnerable to exploitation. And the result is that they probably aren't. A black sea bass like hermaphroditic life history is not more vulnerable than a non-hermaphroditic species that's otherwise similar. And that result was discussed in the SSC deliberations regarding uncertainty in the black sea bass OFL. But previously, the SSC had a rule where things like unique life histories could add uncertainty and add to the buffer of the OFL. And this sort of was one of the pieces that did away with that for black sea bass. And then we're still using it for estimation of sex-specific natural mortality rates, something that I hadn't considered, but Dr. Holly Kinswater at Virginia Tech came to me and said, "Can we do this?" Anyway, there's continuing benefits to the data sets generated through RSA projects beyond what was really considered. That's about it. I was just also thinking, my summary here is that I had a good experience with the RSA program. It worked for me and it worked for this particular research project. It would not have worked for me to be tied to the vessels that bought the quota. So none of the vessels I worked with bought quota from NFI in that particular year, at least. So we weren't working on vessels that were being paid by selling the fish we caught. That model certainly wouldn't have worked for us. And I think about whether I would continue to submit proposals to a new RSA program. And one of the things that made me hesitate, and I know other researchers hesitated about this as well, was the perception that that in some years most of the money ended up going to NEAMAP. And that's not to throw NEAMAP under the bus. That could be a very good decision from a policy perspective about what you want to get accomplished in terms of research. But if the thought gets out there that a lot of the RSA money for a particular year or RSA quota is already sort of pre-allocated for certain tasks that the council considers a high priority, that can really poison the well when it comes to researchers being willing to invest the upfront time into developing a proposal. If they think that sort of the decisions are made already, they're not going to bother submitting a proposal. So I think that's something, if there are, in the future, if there are things like surveys that the council wants to fund through this mechanism, it might be wise to split those out as separate line items, and then have an open competition for the rest, and let researchers know what the rest is, so they can decide on their own whether it's worth putting together a proposal or not. You definitely don't want to get the reputation that the program is sort of open only in name only, and that really the money is probably going to go to certain projects. And again, that's not to criticize NEAMAP. That's a policy decision. Next slide. I think that's it. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Olaf. Dewey, I see you have your hand up.
I kind of live in the reality world of on the ground, and I wasn't, my knowledge of what it costs outside entities to do something is kind of small. Did you say that some academia, that 40 to 50% is eat up in their cost?
55% is pretty standard. It goes up from there. I've never seen an academic institution have a base overhead rate less than 55%.
Yeah, all right. I just want to make sure I understood that.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking. Yep.
Yeah, it's almost like, I'll leave it at that. All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dewey. Olaf, I actually have an observation. I'm wondering if you can clarify this. So your research was funded through packaging species for RSA sale. Is that correct or not?
No, I don't believe there was any packaging that year. Eleanor did the auction that year. She can comment more, but
standard auction, Olaf.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
But somebody had made the comment about $4.50 a pound for black sea bass before. I think we had $4.30 for black sea bass, so that did happen.
Okay. Yeah, so you benefited from a higher auction price than what you had anticipated.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, Dewey, you have your hand up again?
Yeah, can you go back to the previous slide, please? Looking at this here and your discussion about what the stuff was used for, and your timeline for submitting, tagging, recapture information to the stock assessment, and you didn't hear a lot of folks talk about how it contributed to the stock assessment, I believe. Wouldn't it be good that any proposal put forward is going to be played out, to what it's going to be used for, and that to be also maybe have a letter signed off or some type of thing signed off from the stock assessments folks that this time, that not the timeline, because I understand it takes time, but this work will be used in this situation if it's carried out or something like that. Because I know a lot of times things are done, but there's no really knowledge of how it could be used in the future or for the stock assessment. Would that be a good thing? Put parameters, and so therefore there's known things that this will be used for based on what's written in the language of awarding the RSA.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. And I, look back over my proposal, and we did have some specific parameters or structural decisions that we were targeting in terms of how this work would contribute. In terms of getting a letter of support, I think you were referring to from stock assessment scientists. With NOAA programs, it's often unclear, both on the PI side and from stock assessment scientists, whether that's allowed. Whether a NOAA scientist can submit a letter of support for a proposal that's going to be funded by NOAA. So I think that's the only uncertainty there. But otherwise, yes, getting letters of support from the people that would use the results is important.
One follow-up question, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Dewey.
Yeah. So given that case, when these projects are submitted for this research, how do you know how it would be used? Is there something from stock assessment folks which always see the need for this research, so therefore you would be answering that need for that research? Is that how it works, or is this research done on another different route or something that somebody's interest might be looking at versus what it to be used for a stock assessment need?
Yeah, Dewey, that's a good question. I mean, in this case, for me, the most important thing was looking at the review comments on the assessment that was rejected for black sea bass, and that sort of gave me a roadmap to things that needed to be addressed through more research. I also do some stock assessment, and so I've got some, and I talk a lot with stock assessment scientists, and so I have some sense of what parameters might be, ones that could be influenced by a certain type of research.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. We have Ryan and then Jim. So Ryan, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess on the topic regarding, utility of the research, I mean, that's certainly the intent of the technical review process. We fully understand that the goal is to have research results used. The applicants really need to do a good job describing, how that information is relevant to the management program. There's a specific, so there's a technical review that's looking at the technical merit. Hopefully a project like what Olaf did would include someone that's involved with the assessment in some capacity, or assessments generally. And then there's a management review in terms of looking at how does this information relate to what's going on with the management of the species. So certainly, I think the programs are set up with the focus of trying to do the most that we can to, have the information useful. But at the same time, sometimes, projects don't, the results are such that they're not going to, influence an assessment, but that's just the nature of science. I did want to make a comment though about, some of the discussion about, the inefficiency of, preparing a budget for, that's based on the sale of fish. That's not going to happen for, probably well over a year. And that's, I think, that's the programs have evolved a bit since then. And not to say that there is not uncertainty still, because there certainly is, but the way it works now is that when the agency is prepared to make selections, we ask in the solicitation that applicants just tell us how much money they need to cover the research costs and in some cases compensate industry partners. So we're not asking them to predict what the value of a pound of black sea bass is going to be. We really get into that discussion when we get to the selection stage. So it's much further along, much closer to when the harvest would occur. And we're doing it with consistent estimates for all of the projects. I think back in when this program was operating, I recall different projects would have different price estimates. Now we really try to have a consistent price for all the for the species, for all of the projects how we're interested in funding, really to have kind of a level playing field. So I guess the point being that there's less onus on the applicant to guess what the cost, the price of a pound of fish is going to be, and we do it more closely in time when the harvest is going to occur, so we have a little more certainty based on our recent market trends, fishery dynamics, etc. Just a couple comments. Thank you.
Ryan, I want to follow up on that. You said that the applicant now identifies how much research is going to cost and how much the industry partners are going to be compensated. So it's actually the applicant that is setting the compensation level for the industry partner. Is that true?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's generally relatively consistent from 20 to 25% of the proceeds are used to support the science, whereas the rest is retained by the industry partner. But they do set that, and that's part of the technical review is the cost and the cost effectiveness of the proposal. So that it can factor in there in terms of whether, how much value, I guess, so to speak, you're getting for science relative to the overall cost of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan, can I just follow up on that? I wanted to understand. So you said, Ryan, that currently it's common for 75% of the costs to go to the industry partner and 25% to be left over for research?
It varies by program, meaning RSA program and also between institutions, but generally it's 20 to 25%. Sometimes it's a little bit more, 30. I think, Olaf, you had said it was, I forget what you had said. I think it was a third, but I don't recall exactly, but generally it's 20 to 25%.
Okay, yeah, only a third of our budget was vessel time. So maybe that makes it an unusual project.
Yeah, no, maybe just to clarify, so when we're talking about, say, a pound of black sea bass is worth $4 in RSA world, $1, ostensibly the auction would be selling that. Well, ostensibly the auction would be selling at $4, but the landed value would be $16, which is, so that's 25% of the overall value.
I got you. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, yep.
Okay, Jim. Jim Gartland? Are you there, Jim? If you are, you're muted.
Hey, sorry, I couldn't unmute. Can you hear me?
There you go. Okay. Yeah, hear you now.
I just wanted to circle back quick to what Dewey was asking regarding the, linking the research projects to the assessment. And Ryan was exactly right in terms of the review process and all of that. But keep in mind, step one of that, there is a request for proposals or a federal funding opportunity that comes out with each RSA fishing year. And those will list, what the research priorities are. And I believe those are delineated by the council. And they typically are pretty detailed in terms of, we want this type of information for bluefish to help the bluefish assessment, which theoretically is coming from the bluefish assessment research needs. So really, linking the projects to the assessment research needs, it kind of comes at step one, which is the researcher looking at the federal funding opportunity, seeing what the council's priorities are, and then developing a proposal to address those. So that's a real good way, I think, that we're linking the assessment needs with the research via the council members themselves.
Okay. Any other thoughts about that? So what if there's, kind of taking off what Jim said, what if there's an identified research need, but you can't find any vendors to do that research? It goes undone. Is that the way it happens right now? Jim?
So I think the short answer is yes. So we were involved in the RSA program for several years, and I'd say probably 80% of the research priorities identified in the successive RFPs were recycled, over the years, because you couldn't find anybody who, was going to develop an offshore winter bluefish survey, or, somebody who was going to look at, some particular aspect of SCUP that was needed for the assessment. So yeah, effectively you had a lot of items, action items that just were carried forward year to year because people weren't applying to address them.
And so what happens with that additional money that's left, quote unquote, left over? Is there any, maybe Ryan, maybe you're the person to answer this. Is there ever any money left over?
Yes, I mean, depending on how the researcher works with industry, but the overall award is never going to be exact because we're estimating, and we generally try to be somewhat conservative, so we're not undercutting the projects. But at the same time, we want to be able to support, as much research as possible. So yes, it is common for, to be higher, less common for them to not generate as much money as they had hoped. Sometimes it can be considerably more, and sometimes it can be considerably less. But that's, again, going back to the issue of, consistency and stability in terms of being able to estimate what the value is of the award. And, ultimately, the way those additional funds are treated, it's, what we do is we ask that that the applicants stay in communication with us if they're changing the nature of their project. There is a requirement, for recipients as part of their grant report to account for all of the harvest of the set aside. This wasn't in place when the Mid-Atlantic program was operating, but basically provided, an accounting of all of the compensation fishing activity for that project, how much money was generated. And if there was more money generated than anticipated, what happened to it? What did they do with it? And if less was generated, what was the impact on the project? So I hopefully that answers your question.
I think so. Dewey.
Yeah, back to the part about the somebody was saying the $4.50 a pound for sea bass. Sorry. The $4.50 a pound for sea bass. And you said the value of it gets to $16 a pound. Is that the value for the science part of it with multipliers? Because that fish from the fisherman was $4.50, and that's what he was selling it at a marketplace. So I don't know about the added values or how that works out with the philosophy of adding on the value for the science part. Can you explain that?
Okay, I believe that was the comment I made, and what I'm trying to get at there is, the fishing industry is willing to, the way the split between the value of the set aside typically works, and this is again across all of the 4 programs in existence. Usually 20 to 25% of the value of that set aside is used to fund the science, and the rest of the value goes to the industry member participating in the compensation fishing. So that's what I was trying to get at, is essentially, theoretically, if this is an example of applying it to the black sea bass price estimate that Eleanor put out there, or what they were getting. Theoretically, if that 25% split holds, they were willing to pay $4 for that pound of black sea bass in order to, land that pound for $16 and net $12. Because obviously there's an expense associated with harvesting that fish, and also, they're going to do it only if they're able to make money at the end of the day.
And Dewey, I'll just add that, repeat what Eleanor said, is that I think the black sea bass was mostly being bought by people harvesting for the live fish market. So maybe the $16 hypothetical here that Ryan came up with makes more sense in that context.
Yeah, thank you. I was just, trying to get it figured out, because it seems like I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, any other thoughts or comments from the panel members about the OLOF's presentation experience. Ryan?
Sorry to be speaking so much, but just one quick comment. You know, this can be a little bit of a complicated topic, and we really did get into a fair bit of detail on how this process works under the New England's RSA Program Review Final Report. So I know that that report is included in this meeting's meeting materials. I believe it's section 4 or 6. I don't recall offhand. But anyways, there's a fair level of description. And you know, although it's not the mid program, the programs largely work the same when it comes to how compensation fishing works. So there's, for those of you that are interested in learning more, check that out.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the panel members? If not, I'd like to turn to the public. Does anybody have any comments, questions from the public to Dr. Jensen or on this topic? None? Okay. I don't see any other hands up, but so what exactly are the pros and cons of the compensation fishing model? In broad terms, is there a downside to this model? It seems like from this presentation, it seems like a lot of it there's an upside to it. But what are the downsides to it?
I'll just bring up a point that Emerson, I think, had made before, which is that the vessels doing the compensation fishing for my project were completely uninvolved in the research. And Emerson saw that as a downside, you know, sort of them not being actually connected to the research. But the flip side was that there were other vessels that they were just being paid in cash, not in quota.
Okay. Eleanor, got your hand up?
Yes. What I wanted to say was that a lot of would send out what projects were funded and a little bit about each of the projects to the people who won the RSA. So all those vessels did know what projects were funded through their participation in the auction. So the word did get out that way too, in all the different years. So they were informed. So it's not like they didn't know what they were doing. And a lot of times you hear comments, "Oh, we want to fund this because of the NEMAP project," or something. You would sometimes in the auction they would bid, even if they thought the price was higher. I heard that a couple of times. Thanks.
So, Eleanor, you're saying that's a pro?
Well, actually, I think so, because they're knowing about the projects and they're interested in the research and they want to help fund the project.
Okay. Ryan, you have your hand up?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I guess, Andy, a question for clarification. When you say the pros or the cons of compensation fishing, I'm not following what you mean. And I think it's important for us to be really clear what we mean when we refer to compensation fishing. So I guess a question, if you could clarify.
I was referring specifically to Olaf's presentation and, you know, as an example of it.
Okay, because I guess I guess there's a couple ways I'm looking at the question. One is whether, you know, the research and the compensation fishing occur separately, which, you know, is the case with Olaf's project and most RSA projects, or if it's occurring at the same time. But if it's occurring at the same time and still compensation fishing, it's just being done in a little bit of a different manner.
Yeah, and I think we've heard you know, a couple of different opinions about that. You know, as Olaf said, having it kind of divorced, the vessels divorced from the funding part of it was a benefit in his case. But Emerson, of course, has made the point previously that having the vessels integrally involved with the funding and the harvesting benefited his projects in the past. So that might be an item, you know, for discussion further on.
Okay, thank you. And I guess and this is something that's probably better suited for the enforcement discussion, but it's related, obviously, in that, from our perspective, from the agency's perspective, even though some of the projects were employing NFI to, kind of coordinate this, the sale of the quota and coordinating with vessels and all that, ultimately that PI was still responsible for ensuring that their award was, they had adequate oversight of that process. Just to make sure that everybody understands the agency's perspective, that it wasn't decoupled, meaning the grant recipient did not have responsibility for their award. But yes, they were less involved in working with the industry, in terms of making that process happen.
Right. Let's see. I'm going to go to Dan first and then to Olaf. So Dan?
Yeah, thanks. Obviously, we have a future session on enforcement issues, and so I'm not going to get into this in detail, but I just want to point out that the enforcement burden on state environmental police who are expected to inspect the catches, even if there was an adopted, time of day and specific location, still adds burden to the local state environmental police. So even though the NFI may have had close consultation with NOAA law enforcement, I don't think NOAA law enforcement through the JEA provided any additional resources to the boots on the ground walking the docks to ensure compliance. But I'll wait for a more in-depth conversation for the next session.
Okay. Olaf.
I just want to respond to Ryan's comment that the PI is ultimately responsible for ensuring the legality of the fishing harvest. Is that what you said, Ryan? I certainly don't have any ability to enforce the law or investigate how fishing vessels are using the RSA quota. So maybe I misunderstood.
Sure, you're not responsible if a vessel chooses to knowingly violate the fishing regulations. That would be on the vessel operator and potentially owner. But you are responsible for ensuring that all of the vessels understand what the program requirements are, coordinating with the vessels to understand what their vessel activity is, and to ensure the overall quota is not exceeded. It's been a bit since that award was made, and I can't go back. I don't recall what the language is in the permits in the RFP, but certainly now, I think we're pretty clear that there's a level of responsibility for the PI to ensure some level of oversight and that the vessels participating in their project understand what the requirements are, et cetera.
That might be something to think about in a future program, because I think, giving the impression that that university scientists are responsible for somehow at some level for compliance with fishing regulations, I think that would contribute to limiting the pool of people who want to touch RSA. I mean, I think that many professors would look at that and say, I have no idea how to ensure compliance with regulations, and no thank you.
Okay, that's a point of nuance. Emerson, you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. So, in terms of what Ryan just said, and then Olaf's comment, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, but the PIs are not expected to police the activities of the vessels, right? We're not responsible to make sure that the vessels are complying with everything that they're supposed to do. However, we are responsible for keeping track of, who's involved in compensation harvest and what their levels of compensation harvest are. And, we do that jointly with National Marine Fisheries Service to help track the levels of compensation harvest to make sure that our allocations aren't exceeded, or to track to see if maybe there's going to be under harvest. But that's also why I feel in a way more comfortable with a bilateral agreement, because I know who I'm working with and I know who's harvesting my RSA allocation. So that gives me as a PI a little bit more comfort in terms of that component, as opposed to not knowing who's catching my RSA harvest. Also, the system, the compensation harvest system has become, I'm going to say, flexible. And Olaf, you kind of mentioned this a bit as well, and something that I've experienced in the Mid-Atlantic RSA as well as the Monkfish RSA is that this is fishing, right? And when you talk to fishermen, sometimes they don't make as much money on a trip as they hope they would, and sometimes they make more. And they're always, and that's what keeps fishermen going, is the hope to make more. So anyhow, sometimes the return to the researcher is more than what we anticipated, and NIMS helps us with flexibility to do additional tasks. The converse of that is sometimes the amount of money that's raised through compensation harvest is less than what we anticipated because of market conditions. And the NIMS has been very workable in terms of a discussion about what can be reduced in a project because the funding is not going to be as much as what was originally anticipated. Thank you.
Thank you, Emerson. I want to, before we stop for a short break here, I want to again turn to the public, the members of the public on the meeting here. Do you have any questions or comments that you'd want to add about this particular part of the agenda before we break? James.
I'd like to point out to you that only the members of NFI could vote or could bid, and that the whole system, when it was first put in, that the United National Fishermen's Association objected to it, and that the group think ran it forward. Now, I've got a presentation later this afternoon I hope somebody will listen to. But this whole system is unbelievable what's proposed. So point out that it was only for a certain group that were members of MFI could bid on this project. Thank you.
Eleanor?
Yes. I don't know where you get that from, James, but I ran the whole thing, and any boat called me. I never got one phone call from any North Carolina boats from you. Part of the auction. It was open to anyone who wanted to. Most of those boats were never really, most people who participated weren't NFI participants. Ask all the for hire vessels. I don't know where you get that from, James. It's very disheartening to hear that from you, knowing that we were very open process. Thank you. Getting tired of hearing it.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Any other comments from the public, questions about this topic? Okay, let's take a short 15-minute break. I'll be back at around 2:40. How's that? See you then.
Sounds good. Thanks, Andy.
Okay, Matt, we ready to get back on?
Sounds good to me, Andy. Jim's presentation is up, good to go, and I think when you're ready, you can turn things over to him.
All right. So the next presentation, we're going to hear from Jim Gartland, talk about the pros and cons of a fixed price funding mechanism. So Jim, take it away.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Andy, and I want to thank everybody else for giving me the opportunity to present to you here today. Again, my name is Jim Gartland. I work down at VIMS. I'm an assistant research scientist down here, and I'm a co-PI on the NEMAP trawl survey. So today, we are in this part in the section where we're going to talk about the fixed price funding mechanism. But in putting this presentation together, I was asked to broaden it a little bit. So what I'm going to do today is talk to you a little bit about the NEMAP survey itself, talk to you about our interactions with the RSA program and with the NFI auction, talk about some of the positives and negatives, and then wrap it up by really defining the fixed price funding mechanism, and then talking about the pros and cons of that too, so that we can kind of feed into the discussion. So starting off with NEMAP itself, I figured I'd start with a brief overview. I used to give pretty extensive presentations to the Mid-Atlantic Council almost annually on NEMAP, but I haven't had the opportunity to do so in a while. And I know there's a lot of new, council members and staff and participants. So I figured I'd start, with this to get us on the same page. But basically, NEMAP is a fishery independent bottom trawl survey that's meant to work in the nearshore waters of the Mid-Atlantic Bight and southern New England. So effectively, we are, the inshore complement of the Bigelow survey in this zone. We began our operations in 2007, so we have a 15-year time series under our belt at this point. And just like the Bigelow, we sample twice per year. We go once in the spring and once in the fall. And we sample 150 sites throughout our survey area on each trip. So we have a pretty darn high sampling intensity. Just like, the Northeast Center, we select our sites for each cruise using a stratified random sampling design. For each one of our catches at each one of our sites, we collect a large amount of data. So like a typical survey, we'll sort the catch by species. For everything, we'll record counts, aggregate weights, and individual length measurements. And then for all of the species that are managed, either by the councils or the ASMFC, we also will take a subsample of those at each site and dissect them to record sex, maturity. We'll take stomachs for diet and hard parts for aging. I want to point out that we are a cooperative, collaborative research effort. We've been working with Captains Jimmy and Captains Bobby Rule and their team on the fishing vessel Darna R since we began in actually 2006 with the pilot. And I also wanted to point out that this survey underwent a programmatic peer review in 2008, where basically every aspect of the survey was presented, evaluated, adjusted as needed, and again, the whole thing passed the peer review. So that's kind of an overview of NEMAP. But since this is a funding workshop today, I figured I'd go a little bit into our funding history. So as I said, we began in 2007. And really, the planning for this survey began well before that, but there was never really any money available to get it on the water. 2007-ish, we found out, the Bigelow was coming online. They wouldn't be able to work inshore, and somebody had to work in the nearshore zone. So that's kind of when the scramble happened. And the ASMFC was able to pull together some leftover funding in 2007 and get us started. We were successful in 2007. So because of that, people wanted to keep us going in 08. So in 08, we were funded by a variety of different sources. We had some ASMFC funds. About a third of our funding that year came from the Northeast Center's Cooperative Research Branch. And then our fall cruise in 2008 was funded by the Mid-Atlantic RSA program. In 2009, 2010, we were 100% Mid-Atlantic RSA. In 2011 and 2012, we were actually 80% RSA. And then 20% of our funding came from the Rhode Island Commercial Fisheries Research Foundation as part of their Southern New England Collaborative Research Initiative. But unfortunately, that ended in 2012. So in 2013 and 2014, we were back to 100% Mid-Atlantic RSA. We all know the story. The 2014 was the last year of the RSA program. So from 2015 to present, we've been funded by the ASMFC through a NOAA cooperative agreement. But since this is a workshop about the RSA program, I figured I'd dig a little more into that. So as I said on the last slide, our funding under the RSA program spanned from 2008 to 2014. As I kind of mentioned earlier in the comments, when Dewey was asking about how you link to assessments, When we first started applying to RSA, we were basically trying to identify which of the funding priorities the survey was best matched to. But from 2010 to 2014, the NEMAP survey was actually identified as a specific line as a funding priority by the Mid-Atlantic Council in the request for proposals. Each year that we had an allocation from the RSA program, we generated the revenue for the survey using the NFI auction process. And I just wanted to call your attention at this point to the right-hand side of the slide and basically point out that in each year we were getting allocations of about 7 different species that are listed in that table. And then the numbers there are showing you the mean allocation in pounds that we would get each year. So those numbers, it's not the total amount we got for each species from 2009 to 2014. That's the average for just a single year. So you can see we had about 40,000 pounds of sea bass a year, about 500,000 pounds of summer flounder, scup, and longfin squid. We get about 200,000 of bluefish a year, and then about 30-ish thousand pounds of butterfish and spiny dog. And for each year that we got an allocation, we sold all of our quota through the auction. And there were really 2 main reasons for that. The first one is that even though we work on a commercial vessel on the Darna R, when we're working in survey mode, we don't really have the capacity to catch and land, that amount of fish. You're talking, 1.2 to 1.6 million pounds of fish per year. And just as you see there in the picture in the lower right, there's a picture of our working deck there on the left side. It is a large working deck, but we do have a lot of scientific equipment on it, so we can't really, land commercial quantities while we're doing the survey. We have big catches, but just not as big as commercial does. And then the picture there on the far right is a picture of the fish hold of the Darna R during the survey. And as you can see, it's not really configured to hold fish. It's holding scientists during the trip. And that's actually what we've converted into a laboratory, and that's where we take our stomach samples for diet and the hard parts for aging. So again, the survey itself didn't really have the capacity to catch and land, the amount of quota we were allocated. And I also want to point out that when we got our first allocation in 2008, we were actually encouraged to use the auction process. I believe at the time the Mid-Atlantic Transect survey was ending, and I believe they had used the auction process to generate their revenue, and we were encouraged to use the auction as well, so we could kind of keep the auction going, so that the industry members who had participated in it could continue to do so. But anyway, we sold to about 50 to 60 boats a year. And before we move on, I just want to reiterate something that was mentioned a few other times today, that not all of the quota was equally valuable. So really for our program, black sea bass and summer flounder generated the bulk of the revenue every year. It was about 90 to 95% depending on the year. Scup generated a fair amount of revenue in the early part of us being funded by the RSA, so 2008, 2009. But once that stock was determined to be rebuilt and commercial quotas increased appreciably, the value of that quota, really augured in. It wasn't worth much at all toward the end. And then last but not least, those that are kind of boxed in red, the longfin squid, the bluefish, the butters, and the spiny dogs, those weren't really worth much at all. They would fund about 3 to 4 days of survey operations a year. So that's a lot of quota for just 3 to 4 days of the survey. I mean, we were getting about 12 cents a pound for longfin, about 5 cents for bluefish, and maybe a penny for butters and spiny dogs. But the thing I wanted to point out, when I was first asked to put this presentation together, I was asked to talk about the fixed price funding mechanism. And I was a little hesitant to do so because we used the auction. But it hit me that we sold those last 4, the longfin, the blues, the butters, and the spiny dogs, at a fixed price each year. We just did so through the auction process because demand for those were so low, we couldn't get bidding going. All right, so that's kind of, like I said, our history with the auction process. I just want to talk briefly about some of what I think are the highlights, negatives and positives of trying to work a survey through the RSA program. And I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but the funding cycle is slightly difficult to work with. Again, I have a table here to kind of describe how it works. You see year 1, which I'm calling pre-award, year 2, which is award, and then year 3. Suppose year 2 is the 2014 RSA year. Again, all the activity won't take place in 2014, but again, it starts back, or at least it did at the time, in 2013. And specifically, the request for proposals for the 2014 year would come out in January of 2013. The PIs would then put their proposals together in January and February. And again, back then, this is the time that we as the PIs we're estimating how much quota we needed to support our research and what we might be getting as a price per pound. And again, this would be January, February of 13. We submit our proposals in March. The proposals would be reviewed over the summer. If you got a successful award, you'd be informed of that in the fall. And then again, as Ryan said, there was some negotiations, quota negotiations that would occur in November and December. For us then, the auction process would occur either in late January or early February, which means that it was about a 12 to 13 month lag between when you estimated how much quota you need and what it would be worth until you actually found out what it was worth. And then the last kind of issue here I wanted to bring up is given in the bottom two rows. As I said, NEMAP operates in both the spring and the fall, and that's kind of denoted by those two blocks there. But in terms of when the revenue came in, that's given by that last row, and I tried to heat map it the best I could with darker green, meaning more revenue coming in. So as you can see, your revenue would start to come in, May, June timeframe, but really the bulk of your money would come in November and December. We were running the surveys in the spring and the fall. That basically meant that VIMS was putting up, several $100,000 a year, to pay for the survey and this and that, before really any of the revenue started coming in. So it's a bit of a risky situation to be in for any institute. So again, the three main issues would be, it's about a 26-month funding cycle. Back in the day anyway, you had to guess what your quota was going to be worth about 13 months before you found out what it was worth. And then again, most of your expenses occurred before most of your revenue came in. So that was kind of the downside. But in terms of the upside, I do think that there were probably some really good returns on investment out of the RSA program. And specifically, for the NEMAP survey, as of now, we've been incorporated into 28 different stock assessments to date. That would be for species that are managed by the Mid-Atlantic and New England councils, as well as the ASMFC. We have filled 49 different external data requests to date that have been made by 36 different investigators. So there's been a diversity of use of the data we've generated. And we do, we try to push as much as we can. Specifically while we're out there, we try to collect as many different samples as we can for people to get the most out of the survey that we can. So we've filled 21 different at-sea biological sample requests to date that have been submitted by 15 different investigators. I remember, during the last workshop, there was discussions that we should make it mandatory for PIs to give presentations on the RSA research. And we did give pretty extensive presentations to the council in 2007 and 2008. Those presentations were about an hour and a half in length. In 2010, we gave a presentation at sea. So we happened to be in Cape May at the time during our fall cruise, and the council happened to be having their meeting in Cape May. So we had one afternoon where we got you all on the boat, took you offshore and showed you how the survey worked. And then we gave another presentation in 2013. And also, I think some of these programs, including NEMAP, have developed pretty comprehensive outreach efforts. Again, for our survey, we do demonstration tows where we'll take, fishermen, scientists, and managers out with us to show them how the survey works. I've done hundreds of, dockside conversations where we've given survey updates and talked about how the assessment process works. And then I used to do what my supervisors called the traveling roadshow, where I, go to fishing organizations, both commercial and recreational, from Rhode Island down to North Carolina, just to give updates on survey progress. So just to kind of wrap up again, the pros and cons of the interactions of the RSA program, NEMAP, and the auction. In terms of the advantages, and I think this is the biggest one, it allowed NEMAP to basically begin, right? It was the startup money for the survey. And again, back in the middle 2000s, there was interest in getting the survey started, but there weren't really a lot of funds available. And I think if it wasn't for the RSA program, NEMAP may not have made it. It did, because we were working with the RSA program, allow us to develop a really good working relationship with council members and council staff. And I think that was instrumental in getting us involved and included in so many of those different stock assessments that we contribute to today. We've developed pretty extensive and lasting networks with our commercial and recreational partners, such that we've developed a number of projects since, working, with people who've bought our quota over the years. It did force myself and my co-PIs to really get a good understanding, a good handle on how the markets for the different species worked in the Mid-Atlantic, and forced us to track those markets, which I think has actually helped us, with our research program along the way, to understand, why things occur the way they do. And again, it was a good mechanism by which to fund the research. We were able to generate the funds we needed to fully fund NEMAP for 5.5 of 6.5 years that we were on the RSA program. In terms of the challenges, NEMAP did get a lot of quota every year. We got between 1.2 and 1.6 million pounds of fish. And because of that, you do get viewed with a little bit of suspicion when you're getting large amounts of quota. I'm not going to go into the enforcement actions that occurred because that's for the next workshop, but I will say it was probably among the most disappointing 6 to 8 months of my career to date. It's a pretty heavy administrative load for the researchers involved. You have to do the permitting for the project that you're working on, but there's also a lot of interaction with the auction, and there's a lot of work on the exempted fishing permits to support the compensation fishing. It feels like you're always doing a permit. Again, there's a lag, at least back in the early 2010s, between when you were estimating how much quota you needed and what it was worth, and then when you actually found out what the quota was worth. A lot of times, at least in our case, the Institute was putting up a lot of money before they ever saw any return. And again, I said it worked 5.5 to 6.5 years. In 2009, as Eleanor mentioned earlier, things weren't great for anybody. I certainly understand that. But we did, for NEMAP, have a relatively significant shortfall that year. And it certainly, didn't make us, me and my co-PIs, any friends with the VIM's Office of Sponsored Programs. So to shift now a little bit into the fixed price funding mechanism, as I said, NEMAP kind of did use fixed price funding for a few of its species. But I figured I'd start off with just kind of a brief definition with an example, just so we're all on the same page. But basically the way I would envision a fixed price mechanism working is that a researcher would submit a proposal and ask for a certain allocation. Let's say they ask for 50,000 pounds of bluefish. And let's say, the proposal is successful, they're allocated the bluefish. The researcher or someone would then set a static fixed price per pound for that quota, let's say 5 cents per pound for the bluefish. Then the researcher would sell that quota at that no haggled fixed price, 5 cents per pound. Assuming they sell all 50,000, they're going to wind up with $2,500 in revenue. So basically, this approach is just like selling lunch meat at the supermarket. And as I said before, as I was putting this together, I realized that we essentially sold the bluefish, the butters, the longfin squid, and the spiny dogs at a fixed price due to low demand. So they were as part of the auction, but whenever those lots would come up, no one would really have an opening bid. So we'd say, okay, we're going to sell, again, all the butterfish at 1 penny a pound. Who wants some? And we'd effectively give it out to those, industry members who are interested at a penny a pound. And just to wrap it up for the fixed price funding discussion, talking about the pros and the cons. First, talking about the advantages and the way I've structured this, and thanks to Jorge for looking this over before I gave the presentation, was I listed the advantage, and then in parentheses, I tried to indicate who I thought the advantage would be too. So the first advantage of the fixed price approach is that I think it has the potential to dampen the price fluctuations. As we've discussed earlier today, black sea bass prices ranged anywhere from about $1.20 up to the highest I remember was $5.30 a pound, which is a pretty big range, and it makes it kind of hard to plan. So if you fix the price, you have a little more certainty in maybe how much revenue you'll generate, and that's useful to the researcher. I think fixed price selling is pretty easy. So if you go with that route, you may not need to use a third party. It could lower administrative costs. Again, this could be a benefit to the researcher. One of the concerns that I've heard with the auction, was transparency and sale price. People were concerned, how was sea bass getting up to $5.20, $5.30? So if you set a fixed price, you could include a little disclaimer under it saying, this is how we came up with it. Makes it clear for everybody. And I think that would be really useful, for the researcher and the industry members as well. Another thing I've heard of concern was that during the auction process, prices were going up so high that the small boats couldn't compete. If you set your fixed price at some reasonable amount, I think you'd probably get those small boats, back in the pool again, and could increase, participation and maybe, achieve a little more equity throughout the industry. And then last but not least, the auction occurred basically one day every year. And there was always inevitably every year, a boat or two that couldn't make the auction, which meant they couldn't participate. But if you did this fixed price approach, you could maybe spread out your sale over a few days or a week or so, and therefore, again, get more people involved. In terms of the challenges, I think the main one that came to my mind is who sets the prices. Would it be NOAA? Would it be the council? Would it be the researchers? And again, as Ryan, mentioned earlier, in the early day or in the middle days, I guess, of the RSA program, the researchers were kind of the ones guessing at the prices. I did a lot of that, and it was very difficult. So, it'd be something that would need to be resolved. Dovetailing into that, we need to figure out when we'd set the prices, how close to the sale time, and how would we set the prices. So if we set them too high, you're not going to sell your quota. If you set them too low, you're going to lose revenue for the research. And you could be creating secondary markets, much like, ticket sales outside of a baseball game or something like that. If you do a fixed price approach, I think all of the risk reward falls on the industry. I don't know that's necessarily a bad thing. It could be a positive, but from the industry's point, if there's reward, but I think it's something that we need to think about and discuss. And also, one of the questions would be, how do you ensure an equitable distribution of the quota you have among potential buyers? So if you have a reasonable price and a fair amount of quota and a lot of boats that want it, how do you ensure that everybody who wants some gets some and gets enough that it's worth fishing on? And then this last one here might be a reach, but I took this from an economics class that I took a while ago. If you set a fixed price, would you be creating unintended competition in other arenas? And what I mean by that is, if you fix housing prices, people who want those housing units may compete for those units in ways other than price. They might be unintentional ways, and they may not be good ways. So if we fix quota prices, might we be doing the same thing? Could we be creating unintentional competition in other areas? I'm not saying we would be. I'm just saying it's something we need to think about and discuss and try to anticipate if something like this were to be implemented. And with that, I hope I didn't take too much time, and I thank you all very much for your time and take any questions you may have.
Great. Thanks, Jim. Are there any questions or comments, Jim? Any thoughts on the fixed price system? So I actually have a question, Jim. When you sold, I think you said butterfish like at a penny a pound, where did you get that price from? I mean, did you just make it up yourself?
Yeah, it's actually, I was thinking about that when Jorge was talking about price discovery. It was almost price discovery in reverse, right? So like if we had, what the opening bid should be, which I think Jorge called the reserve price, I think it would be around 5 cents a year is what we would guesstimate. We're like, all right, butterfish at 5 cents per pound, and nobody would want it. So you're like, all right, how about 4, 3? It was basically a backward auction until you found the price that people were willing to purchase it at. And then just something else to follow up on what Eleanor said earlier. Some of it was purchased, and I know Spiny Dog is a good example of this. Some of it was purchased by industry members just to support the survey with no intention of landing.
Okay. So basically, you let the market set the price, although you had the opportunity to reject it if you didn't want it.
Correct, but kind of the way we saw it was we could sell the butterfish at a penny a pound or hold on to it all at $0 per pound because again, we didn't really have a way. We didn't have a way ourselves to catch it, land it, and sell it.
Right. Okay. So, what do people think about this? Should the fixed price system, or could it be applied to all species? And if it could, should it be applied to all species? Anybody in support of that? Opposed to that? Ryan?
Okay, sorry.
Oh, hi. I guess a question or a point of clarification. So when we're talking about fixed price, I'm a little bit confused about exactly what that means. I mean, we certainly make the awards based on an estimated price, and that's, at least currently, we're going to be all on the same page about what we think of the value is of a pound of black sea bass, and that's going to basically will award that project enough fish to cover the research cost needs and their industry partners, the compensation required by their industry partner. So I don't think we're talking about that. It sounds like we're talking more about what the researchers, the grant recipients, are basically selling that fish to industry for. Is that correct?
That's how I understood it, Ryan.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, as opposed to running an auction with uncertain value.
Exactly, right. So suppose we get, again, as I say up here, suppose we get 50,000 of bluefish, instead of trying to auction it and guessing that it would go for 5 cents a pound and maybe getting 6 or 7, we just turn it around and say, okay, contact a bunch of boats who fish for bluefish and say, hey, would you like some quota? Would you like 10,000 pounds of quota at a nickel a pound? And they say yes, and you say great, and you draw up a little contract, in our case between VIMS and the boat, and we transfer the quota to them. They give us a check, and everybody goes on their way.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Jim. And then I guess just another comment on who sets the price. You know, it varies by program. And it's a big challenge with some of the species, depending, you know, I guess with scallop, you know, and I don't know if Jonathan's still on, but we work really closely with the New England Council. I mean, in effect, they've been making recommendations over the last couple of years on prices to use, but there's a close cooperation with the council staff to try to come up with a solid estimate that everybody can agree on. And we certainly work with the recipients too. I mean, the recipients typically have participated in the program in the past and have a good handle on what they think they can get for it. We also consult with fishing industry members on their perspective. So, you know, there's a fair bit that goes into trying to come up with the most accurate estimate possible.
Great. Thank you, Ryan. Going to go to Jorge and then to Jonathan. So, Jorge, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to make clear that we're talking about a fixed price, and somehow supposedly this fixed price overcomes the issue of uncertainty, but that's an illusion of certainty, because you can always sell the quota for peanuts, and that you're certain that you will be able to do that, right? The option, if it has a benefit, is that it allows you to sell it for a higher price. You don't know exactly what price will be, but if you have a big enough a pool of participants, you will have a higher price than selling it to a few folks or offering the quota to a few folks, right? So I would just suggest caution here, because it's just an illusion of certainty, right? You can sell it for peanuts again and be certain that you will be able to do that, but that's not probably what you want to do, right? If you want to maximize the back per the quota you got.
Jonathan?
Hey, thank you. Afternoon, everyone. Really enjoyed today's workshop. I've learned a lot about auctions. So I think Ryan covered a fair amount of what I was going to say about the relationship between the council staff, the agency, and thinking about setting the price for the scallop RSA. You know, I think I'll just say this year I think was a bit of a challenge, and you know, we were, I guess, pleasantly surprised in that if you follow the auction board closely in New Bedford, the ex-vessel price has oftentimes well exceeded what we had planned for in terms of a common price for all the RSA groups to use. It's gone both ways in the past, so there have been times when groups have come back to the program and asked for additional pounds to be able to complete their work, and that's something that the agency would handle. But I think it has provided some stability within the program. But I think a lot of the points that I would make have been covered by the presentations today. So I'll leave it at that, and thanks for the chance to chime in.
Great. Thanks, Jonathan. Mark?
So I was, thanks, Jim, for the presentation. I'm always impressed by the NEMAP program. But, you know, when you were describing, you know, the sale of the lower price species, I mean, you were really describing just a different type of auction in one respect, because you said, you know, well, we thought about selling it at 4 cents and nobody was buying it. Then we decided maybe 3 cents, 2 cents, 1 cent. So it's like just like a Dutch auction, right? Where you start at a high price and then, you know, reveal it, but you didn't allow people to bid on it in an open market sense to reveal people's willingness to pay. You were just doing it sort of unofficially by doing some sort of like closed market intelligence. So I think there's still benefits at doing things in, you know, in a transparent fashion, even if it's at a you know, at a small level, because you're letting the market reveal to you what people's willingness to pay is, even if they're just for these small, low valued species. So I kind of concur with, you know, what Jorge was saying is that, you know, you're really not getting any greater certainty with this fixed price. I think you'd be better off, you know, and there are more than just English markets and Dutch auctions, and you know, there's a variety of different auction tools to serve different needs. I think the benefit of allowing, you know, market-seeking prices is just that. It's allowing people to reveal their preferences and willingness to pay, and that's getting the different pieces of data is what's important, because that's allowing you to test what a whole variety of people data points are and trying to construct an assessment of what people's behavior is in response to different price points. So, but thanks for the presentation.
Thanks, Mark. Jim?
Yeah, I guess you're right about that. And it was, I mean, the way I thought of it as I was thinking about it more, it was kind of a backwards auction, if you want to call it that, right? So again, using Butterfish, let's say you say, all right, 5 cents, and no one would bid. And we're like, okay, well, how about 4? And then, no one bid, you back it down to 1, and then people started raising their hands, and you're like, okay, well, I guess we'll fix it at 1. It was almost like an opening backwards bid, and then you fix it from there. I'm sure there's a technical term for it. I don't know what it is. And again, I just want to make sure it's clear with this presentation. I was asked to kind of brainstorm the pros and cons of the fixed price stuff. I do think that the competitive market is a really good way to generate the revenue for the projects. And I do think it's an excellent way to find out what the quota is actually worth. Like I said, just want to make sure that was my position on that was clear.
Great, thanks. Paul?
Thanks. Yeah, so it's probably definitely not the best way to generate the most income, but I would like to hold on to this at least until the next workshop. I kind of didn't comment on this earlier, but the higher the prices go, and depending on how seasons shake out, there's more and more impetus for people to cheat. So until we can determine how we're going to enforce this and set it properly to deter or prevent a lot of cheating and the kind of stuff that got us to all these meetings, this is a good, safe way of generating income and not making people think that they have to steal fish to get their money out of their money.
Great, interesting perspective. Jonathan.
Hey, thanks. So I guess I had a question for Jim and maybe someone at NOAA Fisheries. I guess I'm curious about the amount of time and administrative burden. I know, Jim, you touched on this in your talk. So like how many EFPs were you handling at VIMS? And I guess on the other side of this, with the agency, how many requests and how much staff time went into this? I'm just kind of curious about tracking the vessels. I think this auction's an interesting concept. Maybe there'd be interest in New England someday. But I just kind of on the backside of things, I'm curious about what's really going into making this all work from your perspective. Thanks.
Yeah. So, yeah, raise my hand, but I'll just answer. So yeah, that's a good question. The way it would work is the auction would occur. We'd have all the boats, and I'll be honest with you, Eleanor and her secretary did the bulk of the load. But I'm kind of putting that out there for, I guess, maybe for other potential future PIs too, to think about. You're signing off on the EFP at the beginning, right? So that would usually be, I think, around April. If the auction was in let's say late January, early February, you'd get the EFP probably around April. And then throughout the summer, there'd be periodic, hey, this boat's going to transfer its quota to that boat or whatever. But then much like, and I'll see if I can go back to it, the amount of time invested in handling EFPs, probably you'd have I don't know if you can see my pointer, but a peak here, let's say in March, April, but then it would follow the heat map of your revenue, because the more the compensation fishing occurred, the more transfers there would be, the more EFP sign-offs and requests to NIMS to transfer quota and things like that there would be. And it was from our side, from the PI side, it was probably maybe 3/4 to a week's worth of work. And I'm sure from Eleanor and her secretary's side, it was much more than that.
Thanks for that.
Okay, Dan?
Yeah, thanks. I guess I'm a little confused about this fixed price approach. I just wonder if it can be clarified. So as I see it, a research entity would be awarded fish by the government, and then they would make that fish available in shares to the fleet at a fixed price. But the question would be, well, how would those vessels be notified? And is that part of the inside game that people object to? And would it create that kind of suspicion, especially if that fish were then resold or released? I think, wouldn't that cause a lot of dissension and mistrust in the system? Because I think you're describing fixed price situations on low valued fish, but on the high valued stuff that obviously is in short supply, it sounds like the market would be, the market forces would be better, or the participants would be more comfortable if everybody had a shot at it. So I guess there's a lot of rhetorical questions and comment in what I just said, but I just wonder how fixed price would work. Would the research entity already have a short list, make those available, and how would you make that fish available to someone outside of that small circle?
Jim, do you have a response to that?
My response is, I think everything that was just mentioned is legit. And I think that's why, I kind of included that in the challenges. How do you identify your potential buyers? Maybe I didn't include that bullet, but how do you ensure an equitable distribution and the unintended competition post-sale? You're right. I think there's a lot of, there are concerns with it. This is not the magic cure to any problems that may have occurred with the auction. I think all the points raised are very valid and legitimate.
Okay. Ryan.
Thank you. And yes, certainly these are issues that accompany RSA programs. Access to fishing opportunities are limited, which isn't specific to the Mid-Atlantic program. And the more valuable those opportunities are, the more interest there is in those, and frequently, the more disgruntled folks can be that they weren't the ones that got to participate. I guess want to go back to, and I know this is a discussion about the redevelopment of an RSA program, potential redevelopment. But the way it currently works, and as I noted in the presentation this morning, it's up to the grant recipient to make that decision. They may have a suite of vessels that they have longstanding relationships with, and they work very well together. That's certainly the case with some programs that we work with in the RSA program. And in other cases, they can, be cold calling fishermen, asking them if they want to participate. And it comes down to their level of, networks within the industry and also the industry interest. On the industry side of things, it's certainly a frustration for a lot of, and it's a frustration for, I know us too, who get lots of calls from fishermen saying, hey, I'd like to get involved with this program. What do I do? And what we do is we refer them to grant recipients to say, your best opportunity is to contact these programs who have the awards to, determine whether there's an opportunity there. But we don't tell the grant recipients who they need to work with when it comes to the compensation fishing. So just a few thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Ryan, to clarify, is there fixed price? Are some of the grant recipients employing the fixed price process because they're working with long-standing partners, for example?
Yes, we essentially are setting the price at the award stage. But what actually gets generated by that award is not going to be what our estimate is, that fixed price. And then you get into, where does that, how do the proceeds from, the funds generated, how are they distributed? And that arrangement between the grant recipient and the industry partner can vary. Essentially you can have, basically the two primary options are the grant recipient's going to get a fixed amount for each, pound of fish or day at sea. And whatever else that the industry member makes from that pound of fish or day at sea stays with them. In some cases, they share proportionally the proceeds from those trips. So, 20% of a pound of scallops is going to go to the researcher and 20% goes to stays with the vessel. So the fixed price model is in effect when at the point at which we make the negotiations and the selections. But what ends up getting generated, it's going to vary from that set price, and it just comes down to how how those proceeds are distributed between the grant recipient and the industry partner. Hopefully that answered the question.
Yep. Are there any other comment, Emerson?
Yes, thank you. I also participate in the Monkfish RSA program. And with Monkfish, we work on what's essentially fixed price funding. And in the Monkfish RSA program, researchers are allocated days at sea for the monkfish fishery. And then there's pounds that can be landed associated with a day at sea. So the award is really days at sea with the associated poundage that can be landed. And, we fix a price in our discussions with NIMS on what we're going to sell a day at sea for compensation harvest. And unfortunately, with the monkfish fishery, the prices of monkfish, over the past 3 or 4 years have really tanked. The primary market was to Europe and Asia, and we've kind of lost that market. So the price of monkfish has dropped by about half. So unfortunately, we've had to change our fixed price, if you will, in order to attract fishermen to buy those days. And subsequently, we've had to scale back on our project. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Emerson. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions about the fixed price system? Want to make sure we turn to the members of the public. Does anybody, any of the members of the public have any comments or questions about fixed price systems? Nothing? Okay, so I guess to kind of sum up what I've heard, it doesn't seem like there's overwhelming support for a universal fixed price system, although, as Paul pointed out, there might be some advantages to it regarding the enforcement aspects. In addition, I think in the presentation we saw that there were some advantages from the administrative aspect and things like that, but overall it didn't seem like people were supportive of it as a universal overlay, if you will, in the compensation system. Does anybody disagree with that kind of assessment that I just made? No? Okay. So we're running up, let's see, Ryan, go ahead.
I'm sorry, just to comment on that. In my view, there were some, I think we all understand that there's benefits to both approaches. And, I think that, I guess I'm not convinced that the fixed price approach is inferior to the auction, just having experienced both directly. I think in my experience, the prices for the projects that were not using the auction were largely generating the same amount of money as the projects that were using the auction. But in my opinion, the auction was a mechanism largely, it was to maximize revenue, but it was also a tool to alleviate the administrative burden associated with converting that amount of fish into dollars. It was, beyond the capacity of a lot of the programs that were receiving these awards. So to me, that's kind of one of the, probably in my experience and understanding, where the biggest benefit lay in the auction. But again, that's my perspective from the agency side of things. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Any other thoughts or comments about that? Okay. Let's move ahead into kind of the final portion of our agenda today, and that is some comments and kind of bring up any issues or programs or thoughts or ideas that may not have been covered previously in this agenda or today's discussions. There was one proposal that had been submitted to the council that was in the briefing packet that was talked about or briefly talked about earlier today, and I'd like to give James Fletcher an opportunity to take a couple of minutes and describe that proposal a little bit more in detail, and then take any questions or comments about that. And then also, after that occurs, take any questions or comments about other alternative ideas that may not have come up in the discussion. So James, I'm going to turn it over to you right now.
Thank you for your time. This is one of the simplest proposals you see, and it allows the crew members, the captains, the boat owners to have equal access to the 3% or whatever you take away from the fishing industry. It also gives the recreational fishermen a funding source that they don't have to do it. The proposal is extremely simple. On any quota-based fishery landing in a state, the vessel boat tracks in or sky tracks or notifies National Marine Fisheries that they are going to exceed the quota. The dealer has a paper saying that he can buy the exceeded quota. The vessel comes in, it packs will use its 18,000 pounds. It has 18,000 pounds 200. The 200 pounds is purchased by the dealer. A check for that extra 200 pounds goes to a bank set up by the council for RSA funding. There are 2 or 3 ways to check, but that is a simple explanation. The council only has to deal with the money that's in the bank, but only the money and not the interest. And I will take any question. I hope somebody has read the one page that I sent out and has questions and will ask. Let me explain how it is, and I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Dewey.
Yeah, I was just wondering, and I read the proposal back and forth many a time. What guarantees that that dealer has to pay a fair market price for that 200 pounds over that trip limit of 18,000 pounds? How does that work to ensure that they're getting the most, or that the RSA is getting the most out of that 200 pounds in value versus the other 18,000 pounds?
I would hope that we had a system on the vessel trip report and the dealer report that the check per pound matched what the vessel got per pound. In other words, the 18,000 pounds that the vessel sold, he got a dollar value for it. The 200 pounds that was sold separate should reflect the same dollar value. In other words, the RSA will get the same price that the fisherman got. Next question.
Any other questions or comments for Mr. Fletcher about the proposal? Any thoughts about it? Michelle?
Thanks, Andy. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Thanks, James, for being willing to answer some questions about the proposal. I guess, I'm curious about maybe more, and I know we're going to talk about this this topic more at the next workshop, but because it's pertinent to this proposal, I'm just going to ask it. But I'm curious about the enforcement aspect to make sure that that extra 200 pounds actually and maybe this is just a different way of asking what Do is asking, but making sure that that 200 pounds actually gets sold by the dealer and that there's no funny stuff or shenanigans that goes on with that extra 200 pounds that came in over the trip limit. So I'm curious your thoughts on how to, ensure appropriate enforcement, I guess.
There are two ways to ensure appropriate enforcement. One, when the vessel boat tracks or skymates or whatever, National Marine Fisheries, that they are going to have over amount, they become subject to enforcement action if they falsely report it. So if they come in and say, oh, I didn't have it, then they are subject to enforcement action on the National Marine Fisheries side. Each state has a different method of doing it, but basically the states, all states have a false reporting system too. The third way is because United National Fishermen's Association has it, it's to our benefit to have someone to go to the dock and check that the vessel trip report and the dealer report reflects 200 or there an amount sold extra. It's to our benefit. And when you take it to the individual or corporation or organization benefit, they want to see that all the money went where it was supposed to be. And I thank you for the question because you're thinking like a fisherman. But I will point out to you that 90% of the fishermen are honest. It's the 10% that are not. And this is designed to help the 90% that are honest to get the full value of what they are entitled to land. Anytime that they come up short, trying to make sure that they do not get a notice of violation or something, that is profit out of the boat, the captain, and the crew. This system allows each one of those groups to get their full amount of money, and it still utilizes the RSA system to generate money for the council. So thank you for the question.
Dewey?
What's the capability? What's the capability of the system to hold 100 landings of vessels, and I don't know the number for each state or seasonality, but if vessels were landing in multiple states under this scenario, do they have to qualify first? Like, we're going to take part in this, having these overages? Because I see where there could be 100 vessels, I don't know if that's the number or less, landing fish particular to this, and how would they be accounted? Is that 100? Suppose it's 50 different entities that you got to have 50 different persons to go check them dealers. How do you, foresee the magnitude or the limitations in this?
Excellent point. But each dealer and each fisherman will have a letter saying that they are participating in RSA collection. So that brings it back that you know the number of fishermen and you know the number of dealers that are participating in collecting the RSA. When it comes up that 10 or 20 or 30 hit different docks on the same day, it will become a logistical nightmare. But most of the time, it's less than 10 or 20 boats, because on the trawler side of it, they're less than 1,000 above 50 or 60 feet. And thereby, it should not be that much problem to have somebody to check. If you don't want to send a person, then use the National Marine Fisheries System. You can check for a trip report and a dealer report on the same day, matching the vessel documentation number or the vessel permit number. So there are a couple of ways to check using the computer system without physically sending a man there to check. And with the system, most people, if they think somebody is going to show up to check, will do what is right. And I'm making the assumption that 90% of the fishermen are honest, and thereby we're only looking for the 10% that are not honest. Thank you.
Adam?
Thanks very much. Appreciate Mr. Fletcher bringing this forward. Appreciate the time members of the group have taken to take a look at it. I will just offer as chair of the committee that I think an outcome that we likely need today is some direction from the participants of this workshop with regards to a recommendation, whether this is an idea that should be considered. Likely, if we kept to the topics that we've been keeping to, research the first workshop, funding, stuck solely to enforcement at the next workshop. I think one way forward, if this group thinks this has further merit for development, then it would be a topic to come back again. And we can continue the discussion as long as time allows today. I'm not trying to short circuit that discussion. What I'm trying to do is make clear, I think, that we have a direction forward, so this group is clear, the public is clear, Mr. Fletcher is clear what we're doing with this. So does the group want to further consider this at the workshop conclusion later this year, the synthesis workshop? Does the group feel that this has been considered, but there are administration issues or something else that would preclude it from getting further consideration at this time? I would be looking for some guidance here today so that we know what to do with this. And again, I'll defer to you, Andy, to continue. You've been doing a great job with guiding the discussion today, but I do think we need some direction forward with what to do with this.
Thank you, Adam. I agree with you. Before we go to that, Sean Riley, did I accidentally put your hand down?
Yeah, I had my hand up just for a question for Mr. Fletcher. In his system, would he allow fishermen to be self-dealers, or would they have to sell to another dealer to try and have a better checks and balances? And then would that be someone we consider for RSA not to be able to sell to yourself as a dealer to try and have better checks and balances going forward?
Under this system, you would have to sell to another dealer. You could not be a fisherman and a dealer and sell to yourself. That's too simple to evade convey the intent of what we're doing. I agree with you. That is a point I had not thought about, but you could not be a dealer and a fisherman with the same organization or same pack facility.
Okay. So let's go back to, are there any other questions for Mr. Fletcher? Okay, let's go back to Adam's, Adam's point about what, what way forward with this proposal. Should it be something that we task, by we I mean this group, task a smaller group to flesh out, or should it be something that we discuss more at the in-person workshop in November as a potential option? Should it be something that we ask, NOAA to comment on in terms of an administrative possibility or burden? Anybody have any thoughts on any of those items? Brian?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher, for your proposal. I guess the comment that I will make is that we have an RSA program model that works. Not every, there's things that can always be done better. I think, speaking on behalf of the regional office, at least have reservations about trying to completely reconfigure the RSA program and how they operate and how they generate funds. That said, I'm not opposed to novel ideas, but again, I think we've established a relatively effective model for fisheries that can support an RSA program. So I'm not sure I see why we would want to completely upend that model in pursuit of a different one, for the objectives identified. Thank you.
I'm going to kick this back to the chair of the committee who brought it up, and that's Adam Nawalski, and seek your opinion, Adam, about, we've got 44 people on the meeting right now. To do a poll might be a little bit difficult. But what are your thoughts on direction forward with this, Adam?
Because this is a workshop with the participants that we have here, what I would be looking for is just feedback from whatever people are willing to chime in. I would propose then that staff would then take those comments, treat it as all the other input that we've received here, put it into the summary document, and ultimately, I think perhaps if we need to make a decision, then a decision-making body could be the Research Steering Committee itself at a future committee meeting. Given that this isn't noticed as a committee meeting, I don't think I'm comfortable taking motions or anything on something like that today. But I think that feedback here from participants today would be extremely important. And I think that the venue for deciding how to move forward with this would likely be in a committee meeting. If staff has some other thought about a way forward, or anybody else has thoughts on that, I think that's what I would propose. Take as many comments as we can on the topic today, and then treat this in a committee setting as to how we want to consider it moving forward.
Okay, that sounds like a good way forward. Dewey, I'll come to you in a minute. I'm gonna go to Matt Seeley first.
Thanks, Andy. So from the staff perspective, I think it's an interesting proposal that's been brought forward. We've heard from the regional office on their perspective. I think that, it has a lot of merit that can be tied to all of the different workshops that we're covering here. We talked about research at the last workshop. That's a general topic that can be applied to any of these mechanisms. Here, talking about funding today, this proposal specifically alters the way that funding would occur. And, the next workshop is on enforcement. And we've just talked a little bit about how this proposal would deal with enforcement. So I think it's something that should remain, on the table at this point for discussion at the enforcement workshop, probably in a similar setting to how we're covering it today. And then, we'll go from there. And as the chair indicated, if we need to have a committee meeting to make a motion to put something into action, that can happen. But, in the meantime, I think it just remains part of the discussion, part of the materials to take up at the enforcement workshop as well. That's just thoughts from a staff perspective.
Thank you, Matt. Dewey?
Yeah, I agree with some of Adam's thoughts, but also with the proposal that Jim's put forward. We got to hear from the dealers if they're willing to take up this extra work of going and positing that check into account or stuff like that. So I think it has a more vetting that has to be done, and also it also would need the industry dealers letters of support or how they feel about this. So I do think that it needs a little more looking at without a doubt, because there's a lot more moving parts with Jim's proposal here than has been in the past. So them moving parts need to be willing to participate if they so choose. Thank you.
Thank you, Dewey. Mark Holliday.
Thank you. So Adam was asking for comments on the current proposal in the context of today's topic, which is funding. I find the proposal to be somewhat incomplete to give you a thorough assessment, because there's some gaps in my understanding of how it would work, and based on Matt's comment about bringing it back up for the enforcement topic, I'd ask Mr. Fletcher to try to add additional description of how the proposal would work. And my main concern is how it's going to control what is the control and what is the cap on total removals from the system. As I understand it, it's proposing that it's going to relax trip limits, either state or federal trip limits, and allow overages, but there's no discussion about what the maximum number of overages per year would be. And I'm concerned that while overages would then be sold and the revenues from that would be deposited into an account, there's no discussion about what the upper bound would be. So that could be 10 overages per year, 100 overages per year, but that translates into a quota overages. And from the standpoint of exceeding an annual catch limit or a quota, that would have some adverse impact on the stock. I don't understand that discussion. And so how does that impact what the total revenue compared to other revenue generating auctions or bilateral agreements? It's really, it pales in comparison to what the consequences would be on stock consequences, because I don't understand the proposal's consequence on fishing mortality control, and that would be a big concern for discussion at the next meeting. So I think there needs to be some additional description about how the numbers and controls on fishing overages by the relaxation of rules on trip limits would be handled in his proposal. And I think that could easily be remedied by additional description before the next workshop.
Great, thanks, Mark. Mr. Fletcher, you want to respond to that?
When the 3% was harvested, it would shut down for the year, or whatever the RSA amount was. It would shut down for the year. The fisherman would be notified, the dealer would be notified. It could be shut down for the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Jorge.
Thank you. I would just add that I would be concerned about sort of the incentive to underreport the overages here, right? If you have to pay now for the overages, why wouldn't you underreport it, the overages, instead of paying for the quota? So I think that would be very tempting for some players at least. So I would just sort of voicing or echoing what Mark said, would ask for more details on how this would work in practice. Thank you.
I'm going to give Mr. Fletcher an opportunity to respond to that, and then I'll come to you, Lee. But Mr. Fletcher, go ahead.
Most of the time, the fishermen are within 200 to 300 pounds. So this just gives them a way to be over enough to get their total amount of landings by quota. We're making the assumption that 90% of them are going to do what is honest to get the extra income that they are now not receiving because they. So this will give them the benefit of maybe 200 to 300 pounds per trip up to the trip limit. There's really no incentive for them to go over and burn up the quota. And to the boat owners more than it is anybody else. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Lee Anderson, and then Chris Savage, and then Adam, and then propose that we wrap this part of the discussion up and move on. So, Lee Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you. Let me be blunt here. It's late in the afternoon. This proposal is incomplete, not well thought out, hasn't got anything to do with. How do you address the fact he's talking about people that work on a trip limit? What about all the fisheries that don't have a trip limit? I mean, there's so many holes in this. I don't think it can be talked about, and I don't think you. Well, if you maybe you can get together and with some people with the regional office and come out and say this is the best way to do this, and here's our view. But quite frankly, I think we'd be wasting our time looking at this anymore. Pardon me for my rudeness.
Okay, Chris?
Yeah, I think I agree with Matt where, maybe we discuss this a little further with more details, and I'm glad James is answering some of the questions, but I think having it fleshed out more would, I think, be helpful for all of us. I mean, kind of the way I understand it, the way he described this is, there's a lot of these fisheries have trip limits either at the federal level or the individual state level, and invariably a boat may go over while trying to catch your full trip limit to kind of maximize their profits, and that extra would be available for research. So having some sort of percentage cap or poundage cap on that to make sure that it doesn't exceed what the the total ACL, for instance, might be something that would need to be added to this. But I mean, I think what Matt suggested earlier, in terms of whether this goes kind of to the enforcement workshop or or as Adam said, maybe another research steering committee meeting to look at this in a little more detail might be worthwhile. But in the meantime, I think definitely some of the points made today, as far as missing information or unclear information, needs to be fleshed out before we do that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Adam, go ahead.
I appreciate everyone's participation on this topic. I think what I'm hearing at this point is a number of people have spoken that their sense is that this proposal as presented so far is incomplete. So what I would propose at this point, our way forward right now would be to have discussion related to law enforcement issues with this proposal at the law enforcement workshop. and then at such time as a more detailed proposal was brought forward to the Research Steering Committee, then at that point in time, the Research Steering Committee would consider how to move it forward. If that information comes forward in advance of the final synthesis workshop, we haven't scheduled anything. There had been discussion between myself, Dr. Duvall as vice chair, with staff about the merits of a committee meeting in advance of the final synthesis workshop. There hasn't been a decision made on that or not. I think this can contribute to that discussion. But that's what I'm hearing right now, is that there's support from the group to discuss law enforcement topics about this issue at that workshop, and then pending a more detailed proposal that would come forward, we would then determine how to take it up in advance of the final synthesis workshop. I'll turn to Andy and Matt. Dr. Duvall is vice chair of the committee. Any other participants of the committee chime in if they would prefer to see another way forward on this right now.
Thank you, Adam. That was somewhat what I was going to say. I was also going to suggest that perhaps there are some specific questions that have come up about this proposal, and perhaps the staff can work with Mr. Fletcher and maybe put some answers together to those specific questions for the full committee's consideration, or to facilitate the consideration. But if there are no objections to that way forward, as Adam laid out, I would suggest that we then turn to any other additional comments from either the panelists or from the members of the public on aspects of RSA funding that haven't been discussed as of yet. Any other funding options that perhaps haven't been discussed or come to light? Any aspects of funding that you want to bring up other than just options? Any comments? Okay, it sounds like everybody's a little bit burned out now. Six-hour meeting, I guess, sometimes has a tendency to do that. I'm going to go to Adam and see if there are any final comments before we go to Matt to kind of wrap the meeting up. So, Adam, any final comments about this this workshop?
Again, my thanks to everyone for their participation today. Thanks to you for getting us through the day here in a timely and efficient manner. Staff for preparing all the materials. Thanks to all the presenters today, the participants, the public for participating. I feel like I should be thanking my mom, dad, everybody else here. But truly, everybody, I appreciate the participation as you hit on here. You know, it's been a long day here. We've got another one of these workshops coming up next month, but I think we're making progress here as we work towards making a recommendation to the council on whether this program should be restarted, and if so, what it would look like.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Matt, going to go to you for kind of a wrap-up, next steps, and close out the meeting.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Adam left me no one to thank, so I'll just echo his appreciation for everyone, you know, especially the presenters putting together those presentations and sharing all that information. Very, very helpful, helped facilitate everything we had here. One last thing I will do is pull up the workshop overview. 1 second, please. And this is just to kind of give a heads up of where we are with things. As Andy indicated, we have one more virtual workshop, which is going to take place on October 14th, where we talk about enforcement. After that, we'll meet potentially in person. We're still, you know, planning to do so, depending on CDC guidelines, those sorts of things. from leadership at the council will let us know how to proceed here. But tentatively, November 16th in Baltimore, we're going to meet in person to discuss, the final synthesis portion of this workshop, develop these recommendations, and then hopefully in December, we'll turn all of the discussions from these workshops into a report from the committee to the council, and then make a formal recommendation early next year and try to move forward with everything. So I think, Andy, that's all that I have. Again, just thanks everyone for your participation.
All right. I guess we're done. So thank you very much, all, and have a good evening.
Thank you.